Hey guys, tonight you find yourself curled into a patch of damp straw in a stable that smells faintly of hay, leather, and something a little less poetic that the horse beside you has recently contributed. The cold presses in from every side through the stone walls, through your cloak, through the thin layer of sleep you barely manage to gather. Somewhere beyond the heavy wooden door, a bell tolls in the dark, slow and patient, as if time itself has decided to walk instead of run. Your fingers are stiff, your boots still damp from yesterday's road, and the faint glow of a dying lantern trembles against soot-black rafters. Medieval travel brochures really oversold this experience. You shift, feeling straw prickle through your clothes, and it occurs to you gently, but firmly, that you probably would not last a week out here without complaining to at least 3 saints and possibly a cow. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And if you feel like it, let me know where you're listening from and what time it is where you are. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The bell sounds again, closer this time, or perhaps simply louder in your awareness as sleep loosens its hold. It is the monastery bell from across the frozen field, the one that marks the hour before dawn, a time when most sensible people remain wrapped in wool and silence. You, however, are not most sensible people. You are a messenger, which means you are already awake, already shivering, already thinking about the road ahead before the sun has even considered rising. The horse beside you exhales, a cloud of warm breath drifting into the cold air, and you find yourself oddly envious. The creature will stay here, fed and sheltered, while you step back into the long ribbon of mud and frost that stretches from one place to the next without much regard for your comfort. You push yourself upright, straw clinging stubbornly to your cloak, and fumble for the small leather pouch tied at your belt. Inside, wrapped carefully in oiled cloth, is the letter sealed with dark red wax and impressed with a signet that you've been warned not to damage, not to lose, and certainly not to open, no matter how curious you might feel in the long, quiet hours between villages. No one can quite agree whether messengers are more trusted or more distrusted than the letters they carry. Some say you are invisible, nothing more than a pair of legs beneath a cloak. Others insist you are watched more closely than a locked chest, because you pass between places, between secrets, between intentions that are rarely spoken aloud. You rise, your joints protesting in a chorus of quiet complaints, and cross the stable toward the door. The wood is rough beneath your palm, iron latch cold enough to sting. When you pull it open, the morning greets you not with light, but with a deeper shade of darkness, softened only by a faint grey band along the horizon. Frost clings to the ground, to the fence posts, to the low shrubs that huddle against the wind. Your breath joins the horse's, a brief ghost in the air. Outside, the yard is still. A dog, thin and watchful, lifts its head from beneath a cart and considers you with mild suspicion, as if weighing whether you're worth the effort of barking. It decides against it, which you take as a small mercy. Your boots crunch softly on the frozen earth as you cross toward the gate, where a lantern hangs, its flame flickering in protest against the cold. The innkeeper had told you, the night before, that the road would be easier at this hour. Hard frost, he had said, tapping his nose as though imparting a great secret. Keeps the mud firm. Best time to travel, if you've sense enough to rise early. He had neglected to mention that rising early also means feeling every ounce of that frost seep into your bones, as though the earth itself were trying to claim you before you can even begin your journey. You pull your cloak tighter, the wool rough against your chin, and step out onto the road. It stretches ahead in a pale ribbon, its surface uneven but mercifully solid for now. You know well enough that once the sun climbs, even weakly, the frost will soften and the road will return to its usual state, a slow, clinging mess that seems determined to keep a piece of every traveller who dares to cross it. Behind you, the bell sounds once more. You pause, just for a moment, listening. The rhythm is steady, unhurried, as if the monks have all the time in the world to mark the passing hours. Perhaps they do. Their lives are measured in prayers and chants, in candles burned down to pools of wax, in the quiet repetition of days that look very much like one another. Yours, by contrast, will look very different before it is done. You begin to walk. At first, the cold keeps you moving briskly, your steps quick and deliberate as you follow the faint curve of the road away from the town. The walls rise behind you, dark shapes against the paling sky. Their gates still closed at this hour. You had been allowed to sleep in the outer stable by virtue of your task, a small privilege granted to those who carry messages deemed important enough to move before dawn. It is not comfort, exactly, but it is better than the open road. As you leave the last of the buildings behind, the land opens up into fields edged with low stone walls. Frost glitters faintly along their tops. Like a poor man's silver, a thin mist clings to the ground in patches, drifting lazily, as if unsure where to settle. Somewhere in the distance, a rooster attempts a crow, its voice cracking slightly, as though it, too, questions the wisdom of being awake at this hour. You adjust the strap of your satchel, feeling the reassuring weight of the letter within. It is not heavy, not in any meaningful sense, and yet it carries with it a peculiar kind of gravity. You've been told where it must go a manor some miles beyond the next village, and to whom it must be delivered. Beyond that, the contents remain a mystery. Some swear that a sealed letter grows heavier the longer it is carried, not in the hand, but in the mind. The longer you walk with it, the more you begin to imagine what might be written inside orders, warnings, promises, perhaps even something as simple as a request for more grain or fewer taxes. Even now, it is hard to tell whether that weight you feel is the letter itself or your own thoughts wrapping around it. You shake your head slightly, as if to dislodge the notion, and keep walking. The road dips gently, leading you toward a narrow stream crossed by a wooden bridge. The boards creak beneath your weight, their surfaces slick with frost. You tread carefully, mindful of how quickly a misstep could turn your journey into something far more inconvenient than it already is. The water below moves slowly, its edges rimmed with ice that catches the faint light of the growing dawn. On the far side, you pause again, more out of habit than necessity, and glance back. The town is little more than a cluster of shapes now, its walls blending into the landscape. The bell has fallen silent, its duty done for the moment. Ahead lies only the road. You continue, your pace settling into something steadier, less hurried but no less determined. This, you begin to understand, is the true rhythm of a messenger's life, not the brief bursts of urgency that others imagine, but the long, quiet stretches in between. Walking, always walking, with only your own thoughts and the occasional passing traveller to break the monotony. Before long, you spot the first sign that you're not entirely alone. A figure moves ahead on the road, little more than a shadow at first, then gradually resolving into the shape of a man leading a small cart. The wheels creak softly, their sound carrying in the still air. As you draw closer, You see that the cart is piled with sack's grain, perhaps, or something equally mundane yet essential. The man glances back as he hears your steps, his eyes narrowing slightly beneath the brim of his cap. Travellers at this hour are not uncommon, but they are never entirely unremarkable. "Morning," he says, his voice rough with sleep or cold or both. "Morning," you reply, your own voice emerging a little hoarser than you would like. He looks you over briefly, taking in the cloak, the satchel, the purposeful way you hold yourself. "Messenger, are you?" he asks. You nod, offering nothing more. It is not secrecy, exactly, but habit. Words, like letters, are best carried carefully. He grunts, as if that confirms something he already suspected. "Road's better now than it will be later," he says, echoing the innkeeper's wisdom. "But mind the low stretch past the birches. Holds water even in cold like this." You thank him, and he nods once more before turning his attention back to the cart. The conversation ends as easily as it began, leaving you with a small piece of information that may, or may not, make your journey easier. This, too, is part of the work gathering fragments of knowledge from those you meet, assembling them into something useful, or at least something that keeps you moving forward. You pass him, your steps carrying you ahead once more. The sky has begun to lighten properly now, a pale wash of grey giving way to hints of blue. The world feels as though it is slowly waking, stretching itself into the day. Your hands, however, are still very much aware of the cold. You flex your fingers inside your gloves' thin things, more suggestion than protection, and consider, not for the first time, that a messenger's greatest enemy is not bandits or wolves or even the occasional angry lord. It is the simple, persistent discomfort of the road itself, the cold that never quite leaves, the damp that seeps into everything, the ache in your legs that becomes a constant companion. Medieval songs, you suspect, rarely dwell on such details. They speak of swift riders and urgent news, of brave couriers racing against time. They do not mention the way your boots rub at your heels, or how your stomach begins to remind you, quietly but insistently, that it would appreciate something more substantial than last night's coarse bread. You reach into your pouch and retrieve a small piece of that bread, hardened now but still edible. You chew as you walk, the taste plain but welcome. Somewhere you have heard it said that bread tastes better on the road, perhaps because hunger sharpens the senses, or perhaps because there is little else to distract you. Even now, it is hard to tell whether that is wisdom or simply a way of making do. The road curves again, leading you toward a stand of trees in the distance. Beyond them lies the next stretch of your journey, the next set of small challenges that will, taken together, make this simple task feel far more exhausting than it ever sounds when described in the comfort of a warm hall. You take a breath, the cold air filling your lungs, and keep going. The road carries you onward as the pale morning finally begins to gather itself into something resembling daylight, though the sun remains hidden behind a low veil of cloud. The frost still holds for now, crisp beneath your boots, and you find yourself grateful for the innkeeper's advice, even if you suspect he enjoyed watching you stumble out into the cold more than he let on. Ahead, the land rises gently, and with it comes the first true sign of the day's business, the town gate. It stands where the road narrows between two stretches of low stone wall, its wooden doors still shut, iron-banded and scarred from years of weather and use. A small group has already gathered before it, a woman with a basket covered in cloth, a pair of men with tools slung over their shoulders, and a boy who looks as though he would rather still be asleep. A lantern burns beside the gatehouse, its light now faint against the growing grey of morning. You slow your pace as you approach, not out of reluctance, but because this, too, is part of the rhythm. Gates do not open simply because you have somewhere to be. They open when the watch decides they will. The guard atop the wall leans over, peering down with the weary expression of someone who has spent the night counting shadows. "Hold there," he calls, though none of you were moving particularly quickly to begin with. You stop, shifting your weight slightly, feeling the stiffness in your legs begin to settle in now that you're no longer walking. It is a curious thing how quickly motion becomes preferable to stillness once the body has warmed to it, even just a little. Beside you, the woman adjusts her basket, the cloth slipping just enough for you to glimpse what lies beneath small loaves, perhaps, or rounds of cheese. She notices your glance and pulls the cloth back into place, offering a polite but guarded nod. In these early hours, everyone is a little cautious, a little unsure of who might be worth trusting. No one can quite agree whether the gates are meant to keep danger out or to keep people in. Some swear they are for protection, a barrier against thieves, raiders, and the occasional wandering band of trouble. Others suggest they are simply another way to measure and control the flow of goods, of people, of coin. Above, the guard disappears from view, and a moment later, you hear the slow grind of mechanisms, chains shifting, wood straining, something heavy being persuaded to move before it is entirely ready. The doors creak open just enough to allow a single file to pass, and another guard steps forward, his breath visible in the cold. "One at a time," he says, though again, no one seems eager to rush. The man with the tools goes first, offering a brief word and a coin that disappears into the guard's hand with practiced ease. The woman follows, her basket inspected only briefly before she, too, is waved through. When it is your turn, you step forward, reaching into your satchel not for coin, but for the small wooden token that marks you as a messenger in service of whom. It does not specify, and that ambiguity is often the point. The guard takes it, turning it over in his fingers, his eyes narrowing slightly as he studies the mark. "Where from?" he asks. "From the lower town," you reply, keeping your voice even, carrying for the manor beyond the birches. He grunts, as if that answers more questions than it raises, and hands the token back. "You'll find the toll chain just past the rise," he says. "Don't pretend you didn't see it. There is, you sense, a story behind that warning one that likely involves someone attempting to pass without paying and discovering that the chain is far less forgiving than it appears. You nod your thanks and step through the gate, the heavy doors looming on either side like the jaws of some patient beast. Inside, the town is already beginning to stir. Smoke curls from chimneys, thin and tentative, as fires are coaxed back to life. A few figures move along the narrow streets, their cloaks pulled tight, their footsteps echoing faintly against the stone. The ground here is less forgiving than the road, the frost giving way to patches of damp where water has pooled and frozen unevenly. You do not linger. Towns, for all their shelter, are places of delay, and delay is the quiet enemy of anyone tasked with carrying news. The far gate stands open, smaller than the one you entered, and beyond it the road continues, stretching onward between fields that are slowly shedding their frost as the light grows. As promised, the rise comes quickly, and with it, the toll chain. It is exactly as described, a heavy iron chain stretched across the road, anchored to posts on either side. A small hut stands nearby, its door ajar, and from within emerges a man wrapped in a cloak, that looks as though it has seen better winters. Toll, he says, as though the word itself is explanation enough. You sigh inwardly, though you keep your expression neutral. The guard had warned you after all, and there is little use in pretending surprise. You reach for your pouch again, this time producing a coin small but sufficient, and hold it out. The man takes it, biting it briefly in a gesture that is more habit than necessity. He nods once, then lifts the chain just enough for you to pass beneath. Road's softening already, he adds, almost as an afterthought. Sun's thinking about showing itself. You glance ahead, noting the subtle change beneath your boots. The crispness of the frost is giving way, ever so slightly, to something less certain. The road, it seems, is already preparing to reclaim its usual character. Thank you, you say, and step past him, ducking under the chain. As you straighten, you catch sight of your reflection in a shallow puddle, a blurred image, distorted by the uneven surface, cloak damp at the hem, boots marked with the beginning of mud, face pale from the cold. Not quite the heroic figure that stories might suggest. You move on. The rise gives way to a long, gentle descent, and with it, the road begins to change in earnest. The frost melts in patches, leaving behind slick stretches where your footing becomes less certain. You adjust your pace, careful now, each step placed with a little more thought than before. This is where the true work begins, not in the carrying of the letter itself, but in navigating the countless small inconveniences that stand between you and your destination. A loose stone here, a muddy dip there, a stretch of road that seems determined to test your balance at every turn. Some swear that the roads themselves have moods, that they shift and change not just with weather, but with something less tangible. Even now, it is hard to tell whether the uneven ground is simply the result of melting frost, or if the road has decided in its own quiet way to make your journey just a little more difficult. You pass a cluster of birch trees, their pale trunks standing out against the darker earth. The man with the cart had mentioned this stretch, and you soon see why. The ground here dips slightly, forming a shallow basin where water collects. What had been frozen earlier is now a treacherous mix of slush and mud, the surface deceptive in its appearance. You test it with one foot, feeling it give slightly before holding. With a careful breath, you step forward, then again, each movement deliberate. The mud clings to your boots, adding weight with every step, as though the earth itself is reluctant to let you pass. Halfway through, you feel your foot slide, just a little, enough to send a small jolt of alarm through you. You steady yourself, arms shifting instinctively, and manage to keep your balance. It is not a dramatic moment, not the kind that would be sung about, but it is precisely the sort of thing that defines your day. By the time you reach firmer ground, your boots are heavier, your legs more aware of their task, and your appreciation for solid footing has increased considerably. You pause again, this time to scrape some of the mud away with a stick, though it is a losing battle. What you remove now will be replaced soon enough, and you know it. Still, the act itself offers a brief moment of rest, a chance to breathe and look around. The fields stretch out on either side, their winter-bare surfaces marked by low ridges and the occasional scattering of stones. In the distance, you can just make out the faint line of another road, and beyond that, the suggestion of buildings your next waypoint, though still some distance away. A breeze picks up, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and distant smoke. It is not unpleasant, exactly, but it serves as a reminder that the day is fully awake now, and with it, all the small challenges that come with it. You set off once more, your steps a little slower now, a little more measured. The gate, the toll, the mud. None of these are particularly remarkable on their own, but together they form a pattern, a quiet accumulation of effort that turns what might seem like a simple task into something far more demanding. This is the part no one writes songs about. You walk, and the road continues. By the time the last of the birches falls behind you, the morning has properly opened, though in a restrained and rather medieval fashion, with no grand burst of golden light, only a patient whitening of the sky and a slow unveiling of the land. The road dries nowhere all at once. One patch remains crusted with frost, the next gives underfoot with a wet sigh, and the next is strewn with stones that seem placed there by some minor demon of discomfort. Your boots carry a respectable quantity of mud now, enough to make each step feel as though the earth has developed a personal attachment to you. Ahead, the road broadens and begins to show signs of heavier use. You spot wheel ruts deepening in the softer ground, hoofprints stamped over older hoofprints, and here and there the discarded evidence of travel that polite storytellers generally ignore, straw trampled into muck, cabbage leaves gone limp, a broken leather thong, and something that was once almost certainly part of a chicken. It is the sort of practical untidiness that follows people everywhere. No matter how many priests preach order and cleanliness from stone pulpits, a shrine appears first as a shape and then as a certainty, a little niche built into a roadside post, protected by a slanted wooden roof darkened by rain and age. Inside, behind a wavering pane of the horn, sits a painted saint so faded that his expression has become one of permanent and rather unhelpful ambiguity. A beeswax candle, half burned and cold, leans beside him in its dish. At the foot of the post lie a few offerings, dried flowers, a bent pilgrim badge, a small twist of wool tied with red thread. Someone has tucked an onion there as well, perhaps in hope, perhaps in gratitude, or perhaps because medieval piety occasionally overlaps with whatever happens to be in your pocket. You slow almost without meaning to. On roads like these, shrines are landmarks as much as devotions. They break the distance into smaller thoughts. They also gather rumours the way hedges gather windblown scraps. Some swear that travellers who fail to nod to a roadside saint will lose their way before sunset. Others insist the saint is less concerned with courtesy than with candles, and that a bit of wax is more persuasive than any prayer muttered through chattering teeth. No one can quite agree whether these little shrines protect the road or merely comfort the people who must use it. You touch 2 fingers lightly to your brow in passing, because there is no harm in politeness, and because the road is long enough without offending any available heavenly administration. A little farther on, you begin to overtake the first true knot of travellers, the sort that turns a lonely road into a moving conversation. 2 women walk together with baskets looped over their arms, speaking in the low, even tone of people who have known each other long enough to pause without awkwardness. A man in a patched cloak leads a donkey hung with panniers. Behind them comes an older pilgrim with a staff, broad hat, and a cloak stitched with badges from shrines and holy places, each one catching the weak light with dull pewter glints. The pilgrim notices you first. As pilgrims often do, they are practised observers, half from piety and half from necessity. Because when you spend enough time on roads, you learn to judge whether the person approaching is likely to share bread, gossip, fleas, or trouble. God keep your feet, he says pleasantly. And yours, you answer. He tilts his head toward your satchel, carrying words for people too important to carry them themselves. There is a dry warmth in the question, and you allow yourself a small smile. Something like that. Ah, he says, as if this confirms a theory. Then may the words be short and the road shorter. It is the sort of blessing that feels truly practical. You almost trust it more than the grander ones. The two women glance at you with the interested caution reserved for travellers who might bring news. In a world where letters move more slowly than weather and gossip outruns both, a messenger is part useful person, part suspicious parcel, and part walking temptation. "Is it true," one of them asks, "that soldiers were seen near the river crossing 2 days past?" You do not know whether it is true. You had heard mention of armed men at the inn the night before, but also of a two-headed calf, a baker who watered ale, and a widow whose geese supposedly understood Latin. Roads are rich soil for information, but not all of it grows into fact. I heard something of it, you say, which is honest enough, though those who tell the tale never fully agree whether they were soldiers, tacksmen, or just merchants with unusually stern faces. The pilgrim chuckles into his beard. Often the same thing, depending on who is paying. That earns a brief snort from one of the women, and for a few steps the road feels companionable. Then, as happens so often, the loose fellowship thins. Their pace and yours are not quite matched, and the road gently sorts everyone into new arrangements. You move ahead with the pilgrim for a while. His staff taps steadily against the road, a metronome for the morning. He tells you he is bound for a shrine 2 days' walk ahead, where a saint's finger bone is said to cure fevers if viewed with sufficient sincerity and a proper offering. Some swear the relic is genuine. Some swear it is the finger of a butcher from 3 villages over who died in excellent health and mediocre holiness. Even now, it is hard to tell whether relics work because of heaven, belief, or the persuasive power of a busy donation box. The pilgrim is content to let the uncertainty remain. If a place draws the sick, the hopeful, and the lonely, he says, then something useful is happening there. That is sensible enough that you carry it with you after he turns onto a side path marked by a weathered crosspost and a strip of cloth fluttering from a branch. The main road goes on, and with each mile it gathers more signs of devotion and superstition braided tightly together, as they often are in the medieval world. A small charm of rowan wood hangs from a fence post near a field gate, tied there to keep witches from souring the milk. A child's shoe has been nailed above the door of a lonely cottage, perhaps to ward off ill luck. On a hedgerow thorn someone has snagged a bit of blue thread. You have heard it said that blue confuses jealous spirits, though you suspect it may confuse most people equally. You pass a narrow chapel no bigger than a cottage, its stones damp and dark, its bell silent. Smoke curls from a little side hearth where a lay brother or hermit must be warming himself. The door stands open just enough for you to glimpse the dim interior, a rush-strewn floor, a wooden image of the Virgin rubbed smooth at the hem by many passing hands, and a shelf crowded with crude offerings, wax limbs for healing, little boats carved by sailors, bits of ribbon, cracked prayer beads. A woman kneels inside, her shoulders bowed, lips moving. You do not stare. The road teaches you quickly that private hope is one of the few luxuries people guard more fiercely than bread. By late morning your stomach reminds you that piety is all very well, but pottage would be better. You fish out the last of your coarse bread and a strip of smoked fish wrapped in cloth. The fish is salty enough to summon the memory of the sea even this far inland, and the bread requires the sort of jaw work that counts, in its own way, as exercise. You eat while walking, because stopping too long on a cold day lets the chill find all the joints you have been trying to ignore. A pair of boys passes in the opposite direction driving geese, each bird indignant and loud. One of the boys stares at your satchel with naked fascination. "Have you got a king's letter?" he blurts. "No," you say. "A bishop's no." He considers this. "Then is it at least sealed with black wax? My uncle says black wax means someone's in trouble." Your uncle sounds like a cheerful man. The older boy grins despite himself. He mends roofs. Falling makes him thoughtful. They drive the geese on, leaving you with the impression that half the kingdom's understanding of official correspondence is assembled from pure invention and a few lucky guesses. It would be charming if it were not also occasionally inconvenient. Messengers are forever being asked whether what they carry concerns war, taxes, plague, marriage, treachery, miracles, harvest failures, or all six at once. The answer, more often than not, is disappointingly ordinary. Yet ordinary business can still demand extraordinary effort. That is one of the road's quieter jokes. Near midday the weather shifts again, not dramatically, only enough for the air to soften and the road to release more of yesterday's rain from its surface. The mud deepens where carts have churned it, and in places you are forced onto the verge, where winter grass lies flattened and wet. Your calves begin to ache in that dull, companionable way that suggests they will complain all evening and possibly into tomorrow. You come upon another shrine at a fork where a lesser lane wanders off toward a cluster of distant cottages. This one is newer, painted more brightly, with a little saint holding a book in one hand and raising the other as if to calm an audience that has become unnecessarily excited. A strip of parchment has been tucked into the frame under a dab of wax. You lean slightly closer and see, in shaky script, a petition for safe travel, not uncommon. Beside it hangs a tiny iron key on a thread. Some swear iron turns bad luck aside. Others keep iron keys under pillows to stop nightmares or tuck them into baby blankets to guard against elves stealing breath in the night. Whether the practice is ancient wisdom or ordinary anxiety wearing a symbolic hat, no one can quite say. Still, you note the key, because on a road full of uncertainty, even small objects begin to feel like arguments against chaos. You rub the sore place on your shoulder where the satchel strap digs and continue on. The letter within remains dry, intact, and silent. You, by contrast, are increasingly damp, increasingly aware of your own knees, and beginning to suspect that every hedge in the county was planted specifically to funnel wind into your face. The pilgrim road grows busier as noon approaches. You see badges pinned to cloak scallops, little ampullae, stamped lead tokens shaped like saints and shrines. You hear scraps of prayer, snatches of complaint, the ordinary commerce of travellers asking one another where the road is worst, where bread is cheapest, and whether the bridge ahead still lists to one side. There is a comfort in the repetition. Everyone is heading somewhere. Everyone is carrying something: goods, hopes, griefs, gossip, duties, all of these bundled together under damp wool. And you are carrying a message. That sounds noble when spoken indoors. Out here it mostly means your feet are wet. Still, there is a certain pride in knowing the road by its signs and habits. You begin to read it without fully thinking the fresh wheel rut that means a loaded cart passed recently, the smear of ash near a hedge that marks last night's roadside fire, the scraps of rushes trampled near a ditch where someone stopped to empty a cart or repair a shoe. A messenger learns to notice these things because the road rarely speaks plainly. At length you crest a low rise and see farther ahead the dark suggestion of thicker woodland, a line of trees massed close enough together to change the colour of the day beneath them. Before that, however, the road dips past one last little cluster of stalls set beside a crossroads where local folk have laid out simple goods on boards and barrels onions, turnips, rough wool mittens, a few clay cups, dried herbs tied in bunches, Not a true market, just the roadside's modest imitation of one. An old woman sitting behind the herbs lifts a sharp eye to you. "Take some rue," she says at once. "Good against mischance. Is it certainly, or against smelling dull, which is nearly as important." You almost laugh. How much she names a price modest enough to tempt even a tired messenger. You buy a small bundle more for the exchange than the herb itself and tuck it into your satchel, where it adds a bitter green scent to the leather and wax. "Mind the woods," she says as she takes the coin. "The crows there know names." You look at her, trying to judge whether this is warning, humour, or simply a local habit of being poetically unhelpful. "Do they?" "Some swear that they do," she says, perfectly straight-faced, "and some swear they only repeat what travellers fear." With that she turns to rearrange her bunches of sage and wormwood, leaving you none the wiser, which, in fairness, is the standard quantity of wisdom most roads provide. You go on with the smell of rue in your satchel and the murmur of other travellers fading behind you. The shrines grow fewer now. The open fields begin to tighten toward brush and trees. The road narrows as if drawing in a breath. Ahead, the forest waits, dim even at midday, and the little rumours of the pilgrim road cling to you like burrs on wool saints and keys, charms and badges, crows that may or may not know your name. You pull your cloak closer, set your shoulders beneath the satchel strap and walk toward the shade. The first trees receive you without ceremony. One moment the road is merely narrowing between hedges and low scrub, and the next it slips beneath a canopy of branches where the daylight thins into a cooler, greener dimness. The sound changes at once. Out in the open, the world had been spread wide, the scrape of cartwheels somewhere far off, the distant bark of a dog, the patient breathing of wind over fields. Here the air feels closer, held between trunks and boughs. Your own footsteps seem louder, and yet somehow more muffled too, pressed down into the leaf mould and damp earth beneath the thinning mud. The trees are not ancient giants of legend, not the sort that would inspire heroic songs or wandering bards to get overexcited. They are beeches, oaks, ash, and the occasional dark fir, crowded together with a sort of practical persistence. Moss clings to the bases of trunks. Bare winter branches interlace overhead like the rafters of a very draughty hall. Here and there, a thorn bush catches at the hem of your cloak in a manner so petty and deliberate that it feels personal. You free yourself with a quiet tug and keep walking. The road beneath the trees is narrower than before, reduced by roots, runoff, and long use into two shallow ruts with a raised spine of earth between them. On either side, the undergrowth lies damp and tangled, a patient snarl of bramble, fern stubble, and old leaves turned dark with rot. The smell is strong here, wet bark, cold soil, mushrooms, and that rich, deep scent of things slowly returning to earth. It is not unpleasant, but it has a way of settling into your cloak and making you smell like a thoughtful hedge. A crow calls somewhere above and to your left, the sound abrupt enough to make you glance up. Then another answers from deeper in the wood. You think of the herb woman at the crossroads and her solemn warning that the crows know names. It had seemed exactly the kind of thing said by someone who enjoys adding a little theatre to the sale of medicinal plants. Still, the road is long, and long roads have a way of allowing even ridiculous notions to sit comfortably in the mind. After enough miles, you begin to feel that anything repeated with confidence beside a ditch or under a wayside roof might contain at least one grain of truth. Some swear that crows carry souls between worlds, some swear they serve saints, and others say they serve no one at all, being perfectly content to observe the follies of mankind from a branch and comment only when something edible is involved. Even now, it is hard to tell whether their cries in the woods are warning, mockery, or merely the ordinary business of being crows. Either way, they do not improve the atmosphere. You walk on, feeling the weight of the satchel against your side. The letter remains dry inside its wrapping, and from time to time you rest your hand on it without thinking, as if checking that duty itself has not quietly wandered off while your mind was occupied by birds and damp roots. It is a simple habit, but a messenger's life is made of such habits. Touch the satchel, check the cord, watch the sky, notice the road, count the distance in landmarks rather than miles. Because miles are an insult when you're tired and landmarks at least pretend to be friendly. The road bends around a fallen tree, its trunk half cut through by someone who either ran out of time or strength. Chips of old wood lie scattered about, now softened by rain. You step carefully over them and continue, and after a while you begin to notice how much of the forest's life is marked by small, practical, human interruptions. A bundle of cut hazel rods stacked near a stump, an old charcoal burn, now cold and greened over, a strip of cloth tied to a branch to mark a turning path, a rough wooden cross hammered into the base of a tree where, perhaps, someone died, or nearly died, or merely wanted others to believe something meaningful happened there. No one can quite agree whether woodland crosses mark holy memory or ordinary fear. Some are raised for the dead, some for protection. Some, if gossip is to be trusted, are planted simply because a place feels wrong and people prefer not to leave wrong feelings unattended. You give the cross a respectful glance and move on. The deeper you go, the more the work of carrying a single message begins to feel strangely theatrical, as though the road has arranged a setting grander than the task deserves. Out in the fields and among the shrines, the letter had seemed part of the day's business. One more piece of movement in a world busy with errands and weather. Here, beneath the branches, with the light reduced and every sound sharpened. It feels as though you carry something of immense consequence. This is, do you suspect, how trouble begins? Not with actual danger, but with the imagination finding too much room to stretch. You hear a rustling off to one side and stop. It is only a deer, or rather the hindquarters of one, pale tail flashing once before it disappears between the trees with a grace you find faintly insulting. You, by contrast, have the elegance of a damp sack of grain trying not to lose its footing. Still, the sight calms you a little. Deer do not linger where the world is truly wrong, or so people say. Then again, people say many things. Your boots sink slightly into a patch of wetter ground, and you ease free with a quiet curse spoken far too softly to count as improper. The cold has begun to ease now that the day is fully awake, but it has been replaced by the more subtle discomfort of clammy wool and accumulating fatigue. Your shoulders ache beneath the satchel strap. The backs of your knees have begun that slow complaint that suggests they intend to remain deeply conscious of themselves for the rest of the day. A messenger is often imagined as perpetually in motion, full of urgency and purpose. The truer picture is rather less flattering someone mildly sore in several places, mildly hungry in a constant way, and mildly annoyed with the weather no matter what it happens to be doing. Still, you keep going. The road climbs slightly, and with the rise comes a faint stirring of air through the branches. Somewhere ahead there is water. You know it first by sound, a thin trickling, then a broader murmur, and then by the change in the ground beneath your feet. More roots, more slick stones, more caution required. Soon enough you come upon a brook crossing the road at an angle, not large enough to deserve the dignity of a bridge, but troublesome enough to merit attention. A few flat stones have been laid across it. though whether by kindness or desperation is impossible to say. The water runs brown and cold over pebbles, and the banks are churned from many boots and hooves. You pause, eyeing the stepping stones with all the enthusiasm one reserves for needless acrobatics before midday. Some swear that running water in a forest keeps ill spirits from following. Others insist it is the opposite, and that streams are where such things gather, being fond of boundaries and crossing places. Even now, it is hard to tell whether the brook before you feels cleaner for its movement or simply better positioned for superstition. You choose, sensibly, to care less about spirits than about dry feet. One step, then another. The third stone shifts slightly under your weight, enough to make your heart climb briefly into your throat, but you steady yourself and reach the far side without disgrace. You pause only long enough to look back at the water with suspicion, as one might regard a minor noble who has smiled too politely. Beyond the brook, the wood changes again. The beech trunks thin out, replaced by older oaks with bark furrowed deep as old knuckles. Here the path is strewn with acorns crushed into the earth and empty shells where squirrels have worked through their breakfast with admirable commitment. A jay flashes blue between branches, somewhere nearby. A woodpecker taps at a trunk with the repetitive confidence of a monk knocking on a cell door because someone has overslept matins. That thought brings the monastery bell back to you, the one from before dawn, and with it the stable smell of hay, smoke, and horse breath. Already that morning feels distant, as if the road has folded a day's worth of effort into a few hours. This is another quiet trick of messenger work. Distance is not only counted in ground covered, it is counted in states of the body how many times you have warmed, chilled, muddied, stretched, waited, climbed, and resumed by noon. The person who left the stable may as well be someone you knew briefly and have outwalked. You pass a man coming the other way at last, which startles you a little, simply because you have seen no one for some time. He is broad-shouldered, carrying a bundle of firewood strapped across his back and an axe at his belt. His beard is full of sawdust or perhaps old breadcrumbs. In the forest light it's difficult to be certain. He stops just enough to give you the once-over. Road clear ahead, you ask, because this is what travellers do even when neither of them has any authority over the road whatsoever. He spits neatly to the side and nods. Clear enough. Bit of washout near the hollow, but passable. Saw fresh boar rooting off the track. Though, this is not ideal news. Boar are one of those creatures that manage to be both ridiculous and dangerous, which is frankly an unfair combination. Large, you ask. He considers. Large enough that I'd prefer it to be someone else's problem. A fair measure. You thank him, and he continues on with the rolling gait of a man who's been carrying wood since childhood and has long since given up expecting fairness from life or timber. You go on with slightly sharpened attention. The forest, of course, offers no bore immediately. It offers instead a long stretch of nothing much happening, which is often more tiring than small incidents. You walk through silence broken only by birds, the occasional drip from branch to leaf, and the sound of your own breathing. Your thoughts begin to wander in loops. You think about the letter, about the manor ahead, about whether you will arrive in time to find a hearth still lit in the outer hall, about whether the kitchen there will smell of onion broth and coarse bread or of nothing at all, about the curious fact that important messages are so often sent by people who remain indoors. A squirrel darts across the path and vanishes into a tangle of roots as though fleeing accountability. The washout the woodcutter mentioned appears at length, a stretch where rain has eaten one side of the road into a shallow gully. You are forced to edge along the remaining strip of firmer ground. one hand braced against a tree trunk slick with moss. Beneath you, the earth crumbles a little and drops into a narrow runnel full of leaves and water. It is not a dramatic hazard. You will not be remembered in song for defeating it, but it is one more small demand upon your attention, one more quiet tax on strength. By the time you are past it, your temper has developed a mild but respectable grievance against roots in general. The trees begin to thin just slightly after that. Not enough to end the wood, only enough to let in more of the afternoon's pale light. You start to see signs that others use this path regularly. Horse droppings not yet washed flat by rain, a snapped length of cord, the imprint of a shod hoof in softer ground. There is comfort in these traces. Solitude in the forest is never absolute, only delayed. Then, at a bend where an old oak leans over the road like a tired magistrate, you find a little object hanging from a lower branch by a fraying ribbon. It is a charm of some sort, two tiny bones crossed together with red thread and a bit of beeswax pressed over the knot. You stop and stare. It is not uncommon. Forest roads collect such things the way city walls collect soot. Charms against sickness, against theft, against getting lost, against fairy mischief, against wolves, against envy, against bad dreams after poor ale. Most are hung and then forgotten. Still, there is something quietly unsettling about seeing one at eye level in the dim wood. Some swear charms only work if you do not laugh at them. Others swear they only work if the person making them truly believes. Those who tell the tale never fully agree whether a charm protects you from danger or simply gives your fear a shape small enough to carry. You do not laugh. There seems no point in tempting either heaven or the underbrush. Instead, you touch the bundle of rue in your satchel and continue, which is not exactly faith, but maybe its practical cousin. At last the trees begin to open ahead in a clearer, brighter seam of light. Not the end of the day's labour, not nearly, but the end of this woodland stretch. You can smell the air changing less rot, more cold grass and distant smoke. A rook circles overhead. Another crow calls, but farther now, as if the forest is releasing its claim on you inch by inch. You step out from under the last close branches into a strip of weaker sunshine and stop for just a moment. Your cloak smells of damp bark. Your boots are muddied, your legs sore, your shoulders tired. The letter is still safe. The road continues. And already a single noon crossing of the woods has made the work feel larger, slower, and more wearing than anyone seated comfortably by a fire would ever imagine. Which, you begin to suspect, is exactly the point. When you leave the trees behind, the day does not brighten so much as flatten. The weak sunshine spread over the open land has none of the warmth its appearance promises. It lies over the fields like watered milk, pale and thin, turning puddles to dull silver and making the wet road shine in places where it would frankly be kinder not to. After the close hush of the forest, the air feels wider and sharper. You draw one long breath of it and taste cold grass, smoke, and the faint sour comfort of distant livestock. Ahead, beyond a low rise and a cluster of bare elm, sits the alehouse. You know it first by its signboard, which hangs slightly crooked from a timber post and bears the painted image of a boar so stylized and cheerful that it clearly has never met an actual boar. A thread of smoke lifts from the chimney. 2 carts stand outside in the yard, one leaning to one side as if too tired to remain entirely upright, the other loaded with sacks beneath the tarred cloth. A pair of chickens peck industriously at the mud near the door, conducting themselves with the solemn purpose of little abbots inspecting a ruin. The sight of shelter, however temporary, pulls at you more strongly than you care to admit. You tell yourself you're stopping for practical reasons, to warm your hands, to eat something more substantial than bread chewed while walking, to listen. A messenger, after all, does not only carry news, sometimes you gather the edges of it too, the scraps of rumour and weather and local complaint that cling to every hearth and bench. This is true. It is also true that your feet would like a word with you if you continue past the alehouse without mercy. You cross the yard carefully, skirting the deeper patches of mud where wheel ruts have become little brown wells. A dog sleeping beneath one cart lifts its head as you pass, one eye opening just enough to confirm that you're neither immediate danger nor obvious food. It thumps its tail once against the wheel and returns to its work of being deeply unimpressed. Inside, the alehouse greets you with warmth, smoke, and that thick mingled smell of fire, damp wool, spilled ale, onions, old wood, and humanity making the best of winter. It is dim after the daylight outside. For a moment you see only the red heart of the hearth and the vague shapes of benches and shoulders. Then the room settles into view. Rushes cover the floor, fresh enough in places to lend off a faint sweet scent, though older layers beneath have clearly surrendered long ago to boots, drips, and time. Soot blackens the rafters. A string of drying herbs hangs near the chimney breast, and beside it a row of pewter cups catches the firelight in soft, uneven glints. A woman at the hearth is stirring a pot with the patience of someone who has spent half her life persuading cabbage and barley to comfort strangers. You pause just inside the door to stamp some of the worst mud from your boots. It is a hopeless effort, but one performs it to show good intentions. A man at the nearest bench looks up and says, "Either come in or become part of the draft." You step farther in. I'd rather not be mistaken for architecture. That earns a low chuckle from somewhere near the fire, which feels like acceptance enough. The alewife, broad-shouldered, quick-eyed, wrapped in an apron that has seen every kind of stain a kitchen can invent, glances at you, at your satchel, at your boots, and immediately understands your entire condition in the efficient way of people who run roadside houses. Pottage, bread, and ale, she says, unless you're the sort that asks for figs in February. I had planned to demand peacock and almond cakes, you say, easing the satchel around so it rests against your hip where you can keep a hand on it. But pottage may save me from disappointment, she snorts. Sit near the fire before you stiffen completely. You obey with gratitude bordering on devotion. The bench is rough but blessedly still. Heat reaches you in layers, at first your hands, your shins, the damp hem of your cloak beginning to loosen its chill. You hold your fingers out toward the flames and feel the ache that comes with warmth returning too quickly. It is a pain both ordinary and oddly satisfying, because it proves your hands have not yet become carved saints' relics. Around you, the alehouse conducts its small noon parliament. At one table sit two carters, broad as ox yokes, speaking in murmurs over their cups. Near the wall, a young mother breaks bread into pieces for a child who is more interested in the dog now wandering the room than in food. By the door, a man with a leather hood and the look of a petty trader is counting coins into neat stacks, licking a thumb between each one as though silver might evaporate if not properly handled. An older fellow with a patched sleeve is dozing upright, chin on chest, his empty cup held loosely as if sleep caught him mid-thought and decided that would do. Your bowl arrives in due course, thick with barley, onion, and a few shreds of something that may once have been bacon and is now best appreciated as encouragement. Steam rises into your face carrying the sort of honest fragrance that makes a tired body forgive the entire century. There is coarse bread beside it, still warm enough at the centre to suggest recent baking, and a cup of ale that smells faintly sour but dependable. You begin to eat. No feast ever tastes as convincing as food taken midway through labour. The pottage is simple, but its warmth settles into you with a seriousness that borders on mercy. You tear the bread, dip it, chew slowly, and feel the road recede from your bones by a degree or two. Around the fourth spoonful, you realise you'd become colder than you knew. Around the seventh, you feel capable of tolerating mankind again. Some swear onion broth keeps off winter fevers. Others say leeks are better, or garlic if one can afford both the smell and the superstition. In some places, an egg cracked into pottage is thought to restore strength after a chill. In others, people mutter that eggs at midday make the blood lazy. No one can quite agree whether half of medieval remedies are medicine, ritual, or just hunger given a theory. At the next bench, one of the carters glances toward your satchel and says, "You're carrying." You lift your eyes from the bowl. "That I am." "Far, far enough." He nods, which is not approval exactly, but a recognition of type. "Road from the south, ford's bad," he says. "Wheel deep in places. Lost half a barrel there yesterday. Beer, thankfully not. Lamp oil. Would have mourned ale more." The other carter grunts. He mourned the barrel too. It was a good barrel. This seems to be true. He says it with the tone of a man discussing an old friend. You thank them for the warning, though the South Ford is not your road. Still, these exchanges matter. A messenger sits and listens not only for news tied to the letter in your pouch, but for the shape of the day beyond it where the roads worsen, who is travelling armed, which bridge creaks more than usual, whether a manor is receiving guests or shutting gates early. Sometimes such details spare hours, sometimes they spare bruises, occasionally they spare lives, more often. They simply make being tired slightly more informed. The petty trader near the door joins in without invitation, which is very much his style. They say a reeve upriver has been counting sheep twice and people once. He says, "Tax season comes and all men with tablets discover arithmetic." "That's unfair," says the alewife from the hearth. "Some of them are unpleasant all year." A quiet ripple of amusement moves through the room. The trader taps one coin stack flat with a fingernail. "You mark me. By spring every toll chain between here and the abbey will rise like Lazarus." "Lazarus came up cleaner," mutters one of the carters. You smile into your cup. This is the other side of the road's exhaustion. The waiting, the warming, the listening while your body loosens just enough to make the thought of standing again feel deeply insulting. People imagine messenger work as constant urgency, a blur of hoofbeats and haste. Yet much of it is made of pauses like this, waiting for gates to open, waiting for a clerk to wake, waiting for rain to ease, waiting while somebody important decides whether your existence should be acknowledged before supper. Motion tires the limbs, waiting tires something quieter and harder to name. Across from you, the older man who'd been dozing wakes with a snort, blinks at the fire, and decides to speak as though resuming a conversation no one else realized had started. "Don't leave by the hollow lane," he says. Several people ignore him with the practiced courtesy of those who know his habits. The alewife does not. Why not? Hob. He blinks again, offended by the need for explanation, because the mare there is touched. The mare, the white one. "There is no white mare in the hollow lane," says the trader. Hob waves a hand impatiently. "Not a real mare. The thing people see by the ditch if they've been walking too late and thinking too much. Stands there with her head turned wrong. Then in the morning somebody's lost a glove or good sense. The child near the wall looks delighted. The young mother looks resigned. One of the carters rolls his eyes with a force that may improve circulation. Some swear certain roads after dusk are haunted not by the mighty dead, but by small inconveniences given shape lantern lights that wander off into bogs. Horses heard but never seen. Women in white who vanish behind hedges. Black dogs that appear at crossroads and leave you with a fever. Others say such tales are what happen when cold people walk home tired from alehouses and insist on turning ordinary confusion into literature. Even now, it is hard to tell whether Hobb's white mare belongs to folklore or to the very persuasive power of bad sleep. "I'll avoid philosophical horses, you say?" Hob points at you as if vindicated. "Sensible." The alewife sets down another loaf near the hearth and gives you a sidelong look. You'd do better to avoid the hollow lane because it floods. There it is at last, the practical spine inside the ghost story. You file it away. The room swells and shifts as more travellers drift in and out. 2 drovers arrive, bringing with them a gust of cold and the smell of wet fleece. A novice monk in a dark robe pauses long enough to ask for hot water and a heel of bread, then drinks standing, eyes lowered, as though in a hurry to return to holiness before conversation catches him. You notice the ink stain on his thumb. Somewhere not far from here, a scribe's table waits, and you think of how many words are born indoors and sent out to people like you to labour over roads. A messenger spends much of life carrying the decisions of those whose shoes remain dry. That is not bitterness exactly, merely observation, with sore calves attached. You finish the pottage to the last useful spoonful and sit for a moment with your hands around the cup, letting the heat sink in. The dog has made another round of the room and now rests near your bench, nose on paws, as if keeping company without admitting it. Outside, through the narrow leaded opening that serves as a window, you can see the pale day leaning onward. Time in such places is not kept by clocks but by light, bells, and the movement of hungry people. The alewife returns, wiping her hands on her apron. "You stopping long? Not as long as my feet recommend. Then you're wise. Rest too much and the road grows teeth." You look up. Is that local wisdom? "It is," she says. "Also common sense dressed for company. You pay what is owed, adding a little extra, because the pottage has likely preserved your character." She accepts with a nod and lowers her voice slightly. "If you're for the manor road," she says, "mind the outer ditch by the old willow. Looks shallow, isn't. Last week a man stepped in thinking himself clever and came out looking baptized against his will. I'll keep my holiness dry. Then, that's the spirit." You rise, slowly enough to avoid insulting your joints too suddenly. At once the bench seems to have improved your opinion of sitting forever. You settle the satchel again, check the wrapped letter by touch, and pull your cloak close. The warmth of the room clings to you as you cross toward the door, along with the murmur of voices in the onion-rich air. At the threshold you hesitate only a moment. Behind you is firelight, rushes, ale, and the human comfort of others pausing in their separate burdens. Ahead lies the road again, damp and patient and unimpressed. This, perhaps, is what makes the work so draining. Not merely the miles, but the repeated leaving. Each time you warm yourself, you must choose the cold again. Each time you sit, you must stand. Each time you let yourself become a person with hunger, aches, and a favourite place by the hearth, you must return to being a figure on the road carrying someone else's urgency. You step outside. The air bites at once, sharp enough to make the heat in your face feel foolish. The yard is brighter than before, though still under that same washed-out sky. One of the carts has gone. The chickens remain at their work, relentless and judgmental. The dog beneath the wheel opens an eye as if to ask whether you have learned anything useful indoors. You suspect the answer is yes. though much of it concerns ghost mares, flooding ditches, and the emotional life of barrels. Your boots meet mud again with a sound of immediate disappointment. You turn back toward the road, shoulders settling into their familiar burden. The alehouse smoke rises behind you, already becoming part of the afternoon's distance. Ahead the track bends on toward the manor lands, and with every step away from the fire you feel more clearly what this labour truly is: not glorious speed, but endurance. Not one heroic ride, but 100 smaller acts of moving on before comfort becomes attachment. The dog, to your surprise, trots out after you for a few paces, then stops at the yard's edge and watches. You lift a hand in farewell without looking back again. Then you continue down the road, warmed for the moment, better informed, and no less tired than before. The warmth from the alehouse follows you for perhaps 200 paces. That is the generous estimate. In truth, it leaves by degrees almost as soon as you're properly back on the road, draining from your sleeves and collar while the damp air works patiently at the seams of your cloak. Soon the heat in your hands is only a memory, like a kind remark from someone you're unlikely to meet again. Ahead, the road bends through a stretch of open ground where the fields give way to low banks, bare hedges, and scattered trees bent inland by years of wind. Somewhere beyond them lies the manor you were named to find, and the thought of a destination, even one not your own, keeps your steps from becoming entirely resentful. The alewife had warned you about the ditch by the old willow. This sort of warning is worth more than prayers muttered over a bad map. There are many ways for a road to wear a person down, but one of the favourite methods is to disguise the dangerous bits as ordinary inconvenience. So when you see the willow at last old, broad, and half-hollowed, its winter branches hanging like wet cords over a dark line of water you slow at once. The ditch beside it looks harmless enough at first glance, just a muddy depression where runoff collects. But the grass around its edge is blackened and slick, and the water is darker than it ought to be. You take a stick from the hedge and prod at the margin. This stick sinks farther than your dignity would prefer, baptized against your will indeed. You give the willow a respectful nod, as one might acknowledge a veteran swindler, and keep to the firmer side of the track. Some swear willow trees remember every oath broken beneath them. Others say their roots draw sorrow from the ground, which may explain why they always look as though they have heard the worst of mankind and expected better. Even now, it is hard to tell whether the old willow by the ditch seems melancholy by nature, or merely burdened by centuries of wet travellers making poor decisions nearby. You pass it cleanly, boots muddied but dry, and allow yourself a small sense of victory so modest it barely qualifies. The land begins to change soon after. There are more signs of management now, more hints that the open countryside is tightening under someone's authority. The hedges grow straighter, the ditches are cut cleaner. A stone boundary marker stands beside the road with a weathered device carved into it, its edges softened by moss and rain. Beyond the next rise you spot the long roof line of a barn, then another, and farther off the squat shape of a dovecote with pigeons circling above like scraps of grey parchment caught in a lazy wind. Manor lands announce themselves less by grandeur than by organisation. The difference between common road and lordly territory is often only this here. Inconvenience has been arranged according to rank. By the time you crest the rise, the manor comes into fuller view. Not a castle, not a keep flung dramatically against a cliff for the sake of songs, but a broad, practical complex enclosed by a timber palisade and an outer ditch. Smoke climbs from several chimneys. Outbuildings cluster around the hall stables, store sheds, a bakehouse with a low vent, and beyond them a scattering of huts where servants or tenants attached to the estate likely live. The whole place sits in the pale afternoon like a creature at rest solid, watchful, not especially interested in your comfort. And there, at the entry, exactly where inconvenience would most naturally station itself, stands the gate. It is not an enormous gate, but it makes a point of being a gate all the same. Oak boards banded with iron, a narrow wicket set into one leaf, a timber walkway above where two men in cloaks stand with the posture of people who are cold and therefore suspicious of everyone else by reflex. The outer ditch, less dramatic than a moat but no less muddy, glistens dully on either side. A goose patrols near the bridge and looks ready to escalate matters. You approach at a measured pace. There is no advantage in hurrying the last few yards. Important people dislike being rushed even by the consequences of their own correspondence. One of the watchmen above notices you and calls down, "State yourself," a fair enough request, though phrased with all the warmth of a wet shovel. "Messenger," you call back, carrying sealed word for the household. From whom? You give the name you were given, carefully and clearly. It means little to you beyond obligation, but it causes a slight shift above. Not deference exactly, only a recalculation. The wicket opens a hand's width, then wider. A gatekeeper emerges, wrapped in a fur-lined cloak gone shiny at the edges from long wear. He has the face of a man who trusts procedures because trusting people has disappointed him too often. "Token," he says. You produce the token again and place it in his hand. He turns it over, squinting. You've come from the lower town and the road between. This does not amuse him, which is unfair because it is perfectly reasonable wit for the hour. He studies your satchel next. The letter sealed. It is. Then keep it so. As was my plan. That almost earns you a look. Almost. He hands back the token and leaves you standing in the chill while he confers with someone within. This is the first true lesson of arriving anywhere that belongs to rank even when expected. You are never admitted at once. There are always a pause while your existence is evaluated, sorted, and assigned a place somewhere below urgency and above nuisance. You wait on the bridge. The boards beneath your boots are damp and a little warped. Water glints sluggishly in the ditch below. The goose advances 2 steps and hisses with the confidence of a beast who has never lost an argument because it has never once worried about logic. You angle your body away from it and decide not to engage. A messenger need not win every battle, particularly against poultry. From within the palisade come the sounds of manor life working through the afternoon, a hammer tapping somewhere at regular intervals, the whicker of a horse, men shouting as something heavy is shifted, the bark of a dog, then another. A woman's voice carrying briefly over the yard, brisk and sharp enough to slice through the rest. This is no noble hush of tapestry and quiet secrets. Not yet. This is the machinery behind such hushes, the kitchens, stables, sheds, and storerooms that allow a lord's dignity to stand upright without collapsing into mud. At length the gatekeeper returns. You may enter the outer yard, he says, as though granting a border treaty. Letter goes no farther than the hall porch until the steward is sent for. No wandering. I had hoped to inspect the kitchens and criticize the roof beams. He stares at you blankly for a breath, then steps aside. Humour, it seems, is another thing ranked below necessity on manor lands. Inside, the yard is alive with the ordinary busyness that great households produce and depend upon. A cart stands near the granary while 2 servants unload sacks under the watch of a reeve-like fellow, with a tally stick tucked through his belt. Chickens scratch near the midden. A boy carries an armful of split wood toward the bakehouse. 2 hounds nose the ground near the stable, then glance up as you pass, deciding you are neither food nor family. The smells are many and layered: straw, dung, smoke, warm bread, wet timber, horse sweat, cabbage, tallow, and the cold metallic hint of tools left outdoors too long. It is, in its way, deeply reassuring. Any place that smells this much like labour is unlikely to be entirely given over to ceremony. Still, ceremony finds a way. You are led not to the hall itself, but to the covered porch outside it, where thick posts support a sloping roof. There you are instructed to wait. Of course you are. Waiting is to messenger work what mud is to roads universal, inescapable, and always somehow more than expected. The porch offers shelter from the wind, but little warmth. A bench runs along one wall, polished by generations of servants, visitors, and lesser people being kept politely outside until someone important decides what to do with them. On the door hangs a great iron latch, blackened from many hands. The oak itself is carved with simple geometric patterns darkened by age and smoke. Beside it sits a stone basin of sand where visitors scrape the worst from their boots, as if the household wishes to admit guests while denying evidence that the world outside exists. You sit. It is a dangerous comfort, sitting after a day of walking because the body takes it as a promise. Your knees loosen, your shoulders slump, and immediately every muscle begins composing a formal complaint. You set the satchel on your lap and keep one hand resting on it. Nearby, a servant girl passes with folded linens and gives you the quick assessing glance reserved for strangers who look respectable enough to matter, but not enough to be trouble. A man emerges briefly from the hall wearing a better cloak and a ring of keys at his belt. He looks like a steward's underling, or perhaps the steward himself if the steward has had a poor night's sleep and no patience left for mankind. You carry from me names your sender. I do. Sealed yes, for the Lord for the household, by instruction, to be placed in proper hands. He nods once, as if pleased that you know the difference. That, you are learning, is part of surviving among gates and officials understanding the exact width of the line between precision and insolence. He vanishes again, taking the warmth from the hall with him as the door swings shut. You wait longer. A messenger spends surprising amounts of time being near destinations without quite reaching them. Near the gate, not through it. On the porch, not in the hall, not before the Lord, but not yet acknowledged. Each layer has its own delay, its own keeper, its own little ritual of proving that access is a privilege and urgency belongs only to those with inherited furniture. Some swear great households value delay because it sweetens obedience. Others say all large places simply move slowly, like fat geese or old abbots, because too many people must agree where anything ought to happen. No one can quite agree whether rank creates ceremony or ceremony creates rank, but each seems to keep the other very well fed. At last the door opens again and a different man appears, older, leaner, with ink on 2 fingers and a fur collar of better quality than the others. Steward, surely, or something near enough that the distinction would only matter to people paid to care. His gaze travels from your boots to your satchel and back to your face. You've had a wet road. It and I have become close. A flicker crosses his mouth, not a smile, but proof that one was considered and judged unsafe. The letter. You stand at once, more quickly than your thighs appreciate, and draw the wrapped packet from your satchel. You hold it carefully, seal outward. He inspects the wax without touching it, confirms the impression, then extends both hands. You pass it over. There is always a strange moment when a message leaves you. You've guarded it, balanced your day around it, measured distance by its destination, and then suddenly it is no longer your burden. Relief should come at once. Instead, there is often a brief, hollow feeling, as though the road has emptied one pocket only to remind you that the others still contain fatigue, damp stockings, and an uncertain future. The household will send reply if reply is warranted, he says. There it is, the phrase all messengers know, if reply is warranted, as though letters breed or do not breed depending on mysterious weather in the minds of lords and clerks. I was bid to await word, you say, then await it, naturally. He turns and disappears into the hall with the letter, and the door closes once more firmly this time. You're left on the porch with a bench, a cooling body, and the knowledge that your work has merely shifted shape. The carrying has ended for the moment. The patience has not. A servant eventually brings you a wooden cup of small ale and a heel of bread without comment. This is courtesy, or perhaps policy. You accept both with gratitude grand enough to embarrass your ancestors. The bread is coarse, and the ale thin, but taken in a windy porch after miles of road, they seem almost ceremonial in their own right. From where you sit, you watch manor life continue around you, as indifferent to your errand as weather. A woman shakes a wool blanket from an upper gallery and hangs it to air. Two boys wrestle briefly near the stable until shouted apart. A smith's apprentice crosses the yard carrying tongs like oversized chopsticks for giants. The goose returns and eyes your bread with wicked intent. You break off a crumb and toss it well away. Better to negotiate than to escalate. The afternoon drifts onward. You feel each minute in your body more than in your mind. The strain of the road, softened briefly by the alehouse, returns now in a heavier form. Your feet throb inside your boots. The place between neck and shoulder where the satchel strap rode all day feels rubbed raw beneath the wool. Even your face feels tired, as if holding a neutral expression before suspicious gatekeepers has been a labour of its own. And this is how a single message becomes exhausting, not by drama, not by galloping across kingdoms beneath arrows and thunder, but by small resistances repeated without pity. Mud, gates, toll chains, waiting benches, formal questions, cold porches. The endless need to be patient on behalf of people who are indoors. The hall door remains closed. You finish the bread, sip the last of the ale, and draw your cloak tighter as the wind shifts. Somewhere within, the letter is being opened, read, perhaps frowned over, perhaps passed from one hand to another while candles are trimmed and decisions are delayed until someone else can be fetched. Outside, you sit and become, for the time being, part of the porch. There are worse places to become furniture, but not many. You remain on the porch long enough for the afternoon light to begin its slow lean toward evening, and in that time you learn a great deal about the way important households handle words. First, they keep them moving without appearing to hurry. A servant passes into the hall with a basket of folded cloth. Another emerges carrying a pair of candlesticks to be polished. A boy with straw in his hair trots by under orders to fetch more wood. Somewhere within, a bench scrapes, a door shuts, voices murmur, and once, only once you hear laughter, quickly muffled as if someone remembered where they were. Yet for all the motion, the business of the letter unfolds at a pace so measured it feels almost devotional. Messages in such places do not simply arrive. They are received, considered, interpreted, doubted, and perhaps passed up or down the ladder of rank depending on how much trouble they seem likely to cause. The steward returns at last, not with a reply, but with a nod toward the side building near the hall. The clerk will see you, he says. There is no explanation, which you have come to understand is a sort of explanation in itself. Households do not ask a messenger into the orbit of their writing tables unless more words are required. You rise from the bench with the slow stiffness of someone who has spent too long cooling after the road. Settle your satchel at your side and follow. The side chamber is smaller than the great hall and colder in a narrower, more concentrated way. A hearth burns here too, but with less generosity. The fire is for necessity, not comfort. Shelves line one wall, holding horn cups of quills, folded parchments, little sacks of sand for drying ink, scraps of wax, and a row of seal matrices tucked into a wooden rack like the tools of a very particular carpenter. The room smells of smoke, beeswax, damp wool, and iron gall ink that sharp. Almost metallic scent of letters being made official. At the table sits the clerk. He's younger than you expected and older than he wants to look, with hair cropped unevenly, an ink stain at the side of one thumb, and shoulders bowed not by labour of the road, but by years of leaning over text. A candle burns near his elbow, although daylight still reaches the slit window. Beside him lie the opened letter, the broken red wax seal, and two more sheets already covered in neat brown lines. An assistant hovers nearby, barely more than a boy, trimming a quill with an absorbed seriousness that suggests he considers this the hinge upon which civilization turns. Perhaps he's not entirely wrong. The clerk glances up. You carried this from the lower town, I did. Straight as the road allows, which is to say with some objection from mud and one extremely opinionated goose. The boy's mouth twitches. The clerk's does not, though you suspect the joke reaches him and is filed away under matters not to encourage. He taps the letter lightly. Seal held. Good. You incline your head. Praise from clerks is usually delivered in portions small enough to be measured with tweezers. He scans the page once more, then reaches for a fresh sheet of parchment. A reply is going back. The steward wants language tempered. This is said as if the language belongs to a horse that has become skittish. You say nothing. A messenger learns quickly that if two parties begin shaping words to wound each other politely, your role is to develop the expression of a weathered saint present, aware, and entirely uninterested. Still, the room itself draws your attention. You cannot help it. There is a peculiar intimacy to places where letters are made. Out on the road, messages feel heavy with possibility. Here they become stubbornly physical, scratched lines on skin, wax warmed by flame, sand shaken over wet ink, a hand pausing above a sentence because tone, as it turns out, can be almost as dangerous as truth. The clerk begins to dictate to the boy, who writes with fierce concentration. To our esteemed no, not esteemed, honoured. To our honoured associate he stops. The pen hovers. The boy looks up. Honoured. The clerk stares into the middle distance with the particular exhaustion of a man weighing how much courtesy can be afforded without implying weakness. Honoured, he repeats, but not dear, never dear. The boy nods solemnly, as if initiated into a secret order. Some swear the real battles of the age are not fought with steel, but with adjectives. Others say no feud has ever improved because a clerk found exactly the right way to sound offended in Latin. No one can quite agree whether letters settle disputes or merely preserve them in better handwriting. You stand quietly by the wall while the reply takes shape. Outside, life in the yard continues in softened sounds through the stone and timber. Within, the scratch of quill on parchment becomes the room's true clock. The clerk asks you a few practical things as he works. How long was the road from the town this morning? Were the gates crowded? Did you see men-at-arms near the river as rumour claims to each? You answer only what you actually know. A messenger who fills gaps with invention is a menace wearing boots. Road held frost until past sunrise, you tell him, then softened near the birches and worsened after the woods. He nods without looking up. Gates delayed, but not badly. Another nod. As for men-at-arms, I heard talk of them but saw none. Those who tell the tale never fully agree whether they were soldiers, tacksmen, or merchants with expensive tempers. That gets a brief breath from him which may be the clerkly equivalent of laughter. Reasonable, he says. Rumour travels with better boots than fact. The boy blots a line with sand, shakes the sheet gently, and sets it aside. The clerk begins another. Here, at last, you see clearly one of the things that makes a messenger's life so wearying. The road is only half the burden. The other half is standing between people whose urgency appears in bursts. Yours must remain constant. They sit, think, revise, consult seals, choose words like honoured instead of esteemed, and meanwhile you stay ready, neither resting enough to recover nor moving enough to stay warm. You exist in suspension, a human bridge between someone else's intentions. A servant enters carrying a fresh candle and a little dish of softened wax. The clerk signs one page, sands it, folds it, then pauses and reaches for a narrow knife to scrape away a phrase he no longer likes. He rewrites the line with minute care. Ink work has a way of making impatience feel vulgar. On a shelf nearby you notice several curious objects tucked between bundles of documents, a little cloth bag tied with blue thread, a sprig of dried rosemary, and what looks suspiciously like a hare's foot darkened by age. Folk habit survives even in rooms devoted to literacy, perhaps especially there. Scribes and clerks live close enough to mistakes to become superstitious about almost anything. Some swear rosemary sharpens memory if burned near a writing desk. Some keep blue thread to turn aside envy, especially where records of rents and obligations are concerned. Others tuck a hare's foot near their papers to keep hands steady and wax from cracking. Even now, it is hard to tell where learned practice ends and old habit begins. In the medieval world, scholarship and charm often sit on the same shelf and see no reason to quarrel. The boy catches you looking and says, a little proudly, Master Arnulf keeps the rosemary because his old teacher said poor memory is the devil's bookmark. The clerk Arnulf apparently does not look up. My old teacher also said never trust a damp seal and never sit with your back to a window. He was right about both. You decide not to ask about the window. Clerks, like monks, often accumulate rules faster than explanations. The reply is finally written in full and read back in a low voice. You do not catch every word, only the tone careful, firm, courteous, in a way that suggests courtesy is being used as a shield. Another sheet is added, shorter, likely practical details for someone within the sender's household rather than the sender alone. Then comes the folding. Wax is warmed, the seal ring pressed, lifted, inspected. Arnulf studies the impression from two angles before seeming satisfied. He holds the finished packet out to the steward, who's reappeared soundlessly in the doorway like a man trained by years of arriving only when needed. Ready. The steward takes the reply, weighs it in one hand, then turns to you. You will return with this before dark if the road allows. If not, take shelter and leave at first bell. Before dark. Of course, the day, it seems, has no intention of becoming lighter. You accept the packet with both hands and tuck it into your satchel, wrapped carefully against damp. The sensation is familiar and immediate. The hollow that opened when you surrendered the first letter closes at once, replaced by duty as tangible as weight. You'll have food before you go, the steward says, as if bestowing a minor miracle, and a place by the kitchen fire until the horse is saddled. You blink. The horse. He gives you the look of a man forced to state the obvious to someone he hopes is not a fool. This reply wants speed. You came afoot because the road in was tolerable. You go back mounted because the road out will be worse and the light shorter. It is such sudden good fortune that for a moment you almost distrust it. Then you remember that mounted travel is not always mercy. Riding a tired manor horse in fading light over muddy roads may merely exchange one species of ache for another. Still, it is a change, and changes often masquerade as generosity. You are led from the writing room through a passage behind the hall and into the warmer, noisier orbit of the kitchens. Here everything is immediate and gloriously unceremonious. Fires leap high under blackened pots. A kitchen boy hacks at leeks with the determination of a man avenging ancient wrongs. A woman kneads dough with forearms like well-used pestles. Trenchers are stacked on a board. The air is thick with steam, onion, baking bread, and the fatty sweetness of something roasting farther in. After the careful dryness of the clerk's chamber, the kitchen feels as alive as a marketplace. You're given a stool near the hearth and a bowl of pottage so hot it nearly forgives the day. Beside it comes coarse bread, a wedge of cheese, and true luxury, a little pinch of salt for dipping. You eat in grateful silence, listening to the kitchen's rapid speech flow around you. Servants talk differently from stewards and clerks, less guarded, more useful. You hear of a broken cartwheel in the lower field, a sow refusing to farrow, the baker's helper with a cough that sounds like a hinge in winter, and the chapel priest who insists nettle broth keeps melancholy away. There is mention, too, of a suspicious monk expected tomorrow with accounts from a daughter house. The phrase makes you glance up. Suspicious monk, you ask lightly. The woman kneading dough sniffs. Too clean by half. Any monk that tidy is either holy or hiding something. A kitchen boy says, maybe both. This produces brief laughter. You file the phrase away with everything else. A messenger's mind becomes a storeroom full of such scraps. Most never matter. Some later prove to fit together in ways no one could have planned. After food comes the horse. He is a compact bay gelding with patient eyes, and a manner suggesting he has seen many inferior riders and survived them all. A stable hand tightens the girth, checks the hooves for packed mud, and hands you the reins with the solemnity of passing over a saint's shin bone. He knows the town road better than most men, the boy says. Don't yank him unless you enjoy being corrected. Sound advice. The stable smells of warm animal breath, damp straw, old leather, and oats an aroma more comforting than many prayers. For a moment, with one gloved hand on the horse's neck, you feel the first true lifting of the day. Not relief exactly, but a narrowing of effort. The reply is sealed, the route is known, you will move again. Before you mount, you glance back toward the hall. From here you can see only the upper windows and the smoke curling above the roof. Yet you think of the clerk's bent head, the steward's measured caution, the opened seal lying broken on the table. Messages do not simply pass through such places. They are handled by layers of people, each adding delay, interpretation, or polish. And you, poor creature of mud and endurance, are the thread that binds all that indoor hesitation to the hard fact of distance. That is the exhausting truth of it. Not that the road is long, though it is, not that weather is cruel, though it can be, but that every word must travel through flesh-walking flesh, waiting flesh, hungry flesh, cold flesh before it becomes action. You mount carefully. Your legs protest in new and imaginative ways. Riding, it turns out, asks entirely different questions of the body than walking does, and your body would prefer not to answer either set at present. The gate opens once more. Evening has begun to gather in the fields beyond, the light thinning toward grey. A servant thrusts a wool blanket roll and a small packet of bread into your hands at the last moment. You wedge both behind the saddle with more optimism than elegance. First bell if you stop, calls the steward from the yard. You nod, gather the reins, and turn the bay toward the road. Behind you remain the clerks, the seals, the porch bench, the careful language and its delays. Ahead waits the return journey, now bearing fresh words, fresh urgency, and all the same old mud. The horse steps forward, sure-footed and resigned, and together you leave the manor by torchlight's first hint, carrying not just a letter now, but the whole weary machinery of written intent. The bay gelding carries you out of the manor yard with a kind of practical steadiness that inspires immediate affection. He does not prance, does not toss his head, does not pretend that the road is an adventure. He steps onto the bridge, past the wicked-eyed goose, and into the falling evening as though he has accepted long ago that mankind will always invent errands at the worst possible hour. You understand him at once. The light has thinned to that pale, uncertain grey that belongs neither to day nor night. Smoke from the manor chimneys hangs low over the fields before being drawn apart by the wind. Somewhere behind you a door slams, a dog barks twice, and then the sounds of the household begin to soften into distance. Ahead, the road gleams in strips where wet clay catches what remains of the sky. The gelding's ears flick forward and back, taking account of everything with calm suspicion. Riding changes the labour, but it does not remove it. Your legs, so recently grateful to stop walking, now discover entirely fresh grievances. Your hips complain, your lower back composes a small tragedy. The satchel at your side feels differently heavy rather than less so, and each jolt of the saddle reminds you that speed, in the medieval sense, often means becoming uncomfortable in a new direction. Still, you cover ground more quickly. The old willow and its deceptive ditch appear sooner than expected, black against the dimming fields, its hanging branches stirring like the fingers of someone about to interrupt. You guide the gelding wide of the margin, not from fear but from respect. The horse, wiser than many men, requires no explanation. Some swear horses see things at dusk that people miss entirely: wandering lights, bad ground, spirits, or simply the poor intentions of other travellers. Others say horses mostly see puddles in which they might sink and use mystery as an excuse to be difficult. Even now, it is hard to tell whether the gelding's brief sidelong glance at the willow means he senses something uncanny, or merely disapproves of trees that look damp and indecisive. The road carries you onward beneath a sky slowly bruising toward evening. A rook flies across your path, then another, arrowing toward some roost in the bare woods beyond. The wind has shifted cooler. You pull your cloak tighter and think, not for the first time, that the medieval day contains far too many separate opportunities to become cold. The reply letter rests secure in its wrapping. You check it by touch again, a messenger's reflex so ingrained it requires no thought. Carry, check, listen, endure. These are the beads on which the whole profession is strung. By the time you reach the stretch of open land near the alehouse, the first proper dusk is beginning. Not darkness yet, but the colours have all withdrawn from the world, leaving behind only wet earth, dim grass, and the faint warmer glow where hearth smoke gathers over buildings. The alehouse sign appears ahead, the painted boar now little more than a dark blur swinging slightly in the breeze. You had not meant to stop again so soon. Yet the steward had said first bell if you stop, and the road ahead through the woods is not a place you wish to test in full darkness if better sense can prevent it. Besides, the horse could use water, and you could use another moment of warmth before monastery bells begin dividing the night. You turn into the yard. The chickens have vanished to whatever private kingdom chickens retreat to at dusk, but the dog is still under the cart, and he greets your return with the look of one who suspected you would not make an entirely sensible day of it. A stable lad comes out as you dismount, wiping his nose on his sleeve and peering at the manor horse with open respect. Can he take water, you ask? The boy nods. Aye, and a bit of feed if it can be spared. It can, for a coin. Of course it can. He grins at that and takes the reins, leading the gelding toward the side shelter. You stand a moment, feeling your legs reacquaint themselves with the ground in a way that suggests they preferred neither walking nor riding and are prepared to file complaints against both. Inside, the alehouse is fuller than before. Evening has drawn people in from road and field alike. The fire burns brighter now, throwing warm light across faces grown red with drink and weather. Wet cloaks steam faintly near the hearth. Voices rise and overlap, not rowdy exactly, but thick with the relief of those who are indoors and intend to remain so. The alewife looks up as you enter and says, "You again." I return improved. You say, "Slightly faster, no less damp." And mounted. That's either good fortune or someone else's problem becoming yours. A little of both. She nods as though this confirms her view of the world. Sit. There's room by the hearth if you don't mind a cooper. 2 drovers, and Hob explaining ghosts to anyone who cannot escape quickly enough. That, unfortunately, describes your current situation rather well. You settle on a bench near the fire. Hob is indeed there, deeply committed to storytelling. He has acquired a cup, an audience of 1 reluctant drover, and the expansive certainty of a man whose memory improves in proportion to the ale. I tell you, he is saying, the Hollow Lane mare has eyes like candle flames seen through horn. The drover says, "You saw a cow." I did not. You did. It was too elegant for a cow. The cooper, a barrel-shaped man with forearms scarred by his trade, grunts. Then it was definitely not a cow. Hob points at him triumphantly as if this settles matters. Then he notices you and narrows his eyes. You avoided the lane. I did. Sensible. The ditch story was convincing. He looks mildly offended. I offered you a haunting and you chose drainage. That is a narrow way to meet the world. The cooper chuckles. Drainage keeps a man drier than hauntings. The alewife sets before you a bowl of thick stew, richer than the midday pottage, and a hunk of bread still warm enough to soften the butter scraped over it. Kitchen had better luck with bones tonight, she says. Eat before someone tells you a miracle and spoils the appetite. You thank her with more sincerity than perhaps a bowl strictly merits. Food at dusk carries a different comfort from food at noon. Noon eating revives you for more labour. Evening food acknowledges weariness and makes an argument for mercy. The stew tastes of onions, barley, and marrow drawn patiently from bone, with a little parsley over the top as though someone in the kitchen still believes appearances matter after dark. You eat slowly, letting the warmth settle through you while the room murmurs around the edges of your attention. At the bench opposite, the cooper eyes the satchel at your side, still carrying back the other way now. Ah, he nods. Then you've had the clerk's room. How did you know he tears bread with thick fingers? You've got the look. Men come out of writing rooms as if they've spent an hour wrestling invisible geese. This is so specific and yet so accurate that you cannot argue. The drover laughs into his cup. Words do that. They do. The work of letters is strangely exhausting even for those who only stand near it. The road tires the body honestly. Writing tires the air around you, loading each silence with decisions. The cooper wipes his beard and says, "My brother carts timber to Abbey sometimes." Says the scribes there grow cross-eyed by candlelight and keep little charms tucked in the beams. Against what you ask. Mice, ink blots, the evil one, rain in the parchments. Depends which scribe you ask. Some swear a writing room attracts malice because so much judgment lives there in marks and tallies. Others say scribes fear ordinary accidents more than devil's damp, mould, rats, fire, spilled tallow, a lazy apprentice, a cracked seal. No one can quite agree whether clerks are superstitious because they deal in fragile things, or whether all fragile work simply makes room for superstition. You think of the rosemary, the blue thread, the hare's foot on Arnulf's shelf. That sounds about right. Hob leans in. Did they make you wait outside first? They did. Of course they did. Important houses always let a messenger cool down until he resembles furniture. It reassures them. This, too, is accurate enough to sting. The alewife returns with a fresh cup of small ale and lowers her voice slightly. Monastery guest house is taking in travellers tonight. Bells due soon. Better there than the woods in full dark. You nod. That had been your thought as well, though hearing it from someone who knows the road makes it feel less like caution and more like wisdom. There's a lane cuts east from the shrine past the birches, she says. Shorter than the main bend. Keep left when the track forks by the ash tree split by lightning. If you reach the mill pond, you've gone too far. Left at the split ash. Good. And don't listen to Hob if he tells you bells answer one another in the field. That's just sound carrying. Hob lifts a finger. Some swear. Some are drinking indoors, she says, and should be grateful. He subsides, though not happily. You finish the stew, pay for your meal and the horse's feed, and reclaim the gelding from the stable boy, who reports with solemn pride that the horse bit no one and kicked nobody, which seems a very high standard of medieval professionalism. The animal's coat is warmer now under your palm, and his eyes half close when you check the girth again. You would like to do the same. Outside, the first bell sounds. It rolls over the darkening fields from the monastery, a low bronze note spreading through the evening like dye through wool. Another follows, then another, measured and unhurried. The whole countryside seems to pause and listen, not because it must, but because bells make listeners of everyone within reach. They divide the world into before and after so neatly that even fatigue obeys them. You mount and turn toward the lane the alewife described. Twilight gathers quickly now. The shrine at the roadside passes on your right, its little candle newly lit, a warm bead of gold under the weathered roof. Whoever tends it must do so faithfully. The saint inside looks no wiser than before, but better illuminated. You nod to him again in passing. There is no harm in keeping every available power on tolerable terms. The shortcut lane is narrower than the main road and more deeply rutted, but the horse picks his way with competent patience. Hedgerows crowd in close. Here and there the bare branches catch at your sleeve. The split ash tree appears exactly where promised. Cleft down the middle by some old lightning strike and now standing like two quarrelsome brothers who must still share a roof. You keep left. Above you, the sky fades from iron grey to a deeper blue. One star pricks through briefly in the west before cloud swallows it again. In the fields beyond the hedges, something moves sheep. Likely, though in the dimness each pale back could just as easily be a stone or a trick of failing light. The bell continues at intervals, joined now and then by a fainter answering sound that might be another chapel farther off. Hobbes' nonsense returns to you in spite of yourself. Bells answering one another across fields, ghost mares in hollow lanes, crows that know names. It is remarkable how easily the road fills with legends precisely when a person is most tired. Even now, it is hard to tell whether weariness makes the world stranger or simply makes you less willing to argue with strange possibilities. The lane rises slightly, and at the top of the rise you see the monastery. Not grand at first glance, but steady. A dark mass of stone around a small church tower, with lower buildings spread beside it under pitched roofs. Light shows at a few narrow windows. A wall encloses the guest court and gardens, though the gate stands open to late arrivals of the sort heaven is expected to tolerate. The bell sounds again overhead, larger now, and somewhere close by you catch the scent of wood smoke and damp herbs. Relief comes over you not as joy, but as loosening. Another stop reached, another threshold crossed before the dark grows too complete. At the gate a lay brother in rough wool takes in the horse, the satchel, your face, and the hour all in a single glance. Guest house, he asks, if there is space. There is for those who arrive before the second bell and behave better than geese. That seems achievable. He leads you inward with the calm economy of someone who has guided many tired souls through the same little ritual. The yard stones are slick under hoof. A lantern burns beneath the covered walk. Somewhere beyond, in the kitchens or infirmary, you smell rosemary, garlic, and something sharper vinegar perhaps, or boiled herbs for a remedy. Monasteries always smell half of prayer and half of medicine, which may explain why people trust them in all kinds of trouble. The guest house itself is simple whitewashed walls, wooden beams darkened by smoke, benches along one side, pallets laid in rows with folded wool blankets at their feet. Near the hearth sits a table bearing a loaf, a crock of ale, and a small bowl of salt for travellers. Hospitality here has none of the manner's ceremony and all of its usefulness. The lay brother gestures toward the fire. Horse will be watered. You'll have a place there. Compline soon, so keep quiet after. I can be nearly invisible when required. Good, he says. The visible guests snore. You almost smile. As you unbuckle the satchel and settle onto the bench near the hearth, the day begins at last to feel as though it might release you. Not fully. The reply letter still waits for morning. The road back still lies in darkness beyond the walls. But for this hour at least there is shelter, a horse under care, bells dividing the evening, and the strange comfort of a place where even tiredness seems expected. A messenger learns to love such places fiercely and briefly. You warm your hands by the fire, you smell beeswax, wool, and the faint medicinal sweetness of dried lavender tucked somewhere among the rafters to sweeten the air. The first voices of monks begin to gather from the church, low and distant like wind finding order. And here, in the guest house at the edge of night, you feel one of the truest forms of exhaustion, not collapse, but surrender. The body at last admits what the road has been saying all day. You are tired, deeply, honestly, thoroughly tired, and still the bells go on marking time, as if to say the world expects no less. The monastery guest house holds the night in a different way from the alehouse. There is warmth here, certainly, and wool blankets, and a fire that settles into red coals with a grave. Steady patience, but the whole place is shaped by restraint. Even the tiredness feels quieter. Men speak low if they speak at all. Boots are left in a neat row by the wall as though mud itself has been instructed to behave more reverently on church property. Somewhere beyond the guest house door, footsteps pass over stone, measured and soft, followed by the faint wash of chanting from the chapel. The sound rises and falls like breathing. You sit near the hearth long enough for the heat to undo some portion of the day's stiffness, though it also reveals aches you had kept at bay by movement. Your thighs complain from riding, your calves remember walking, your shoulders still carry the ghost of the satchel strap, a messenger's body, you begin to suspect, never really stops working out which discomfort deserves priority. A novice brings you a wooden bowl of lentil broth with leeks and a slice of coarse bread, then nods toward the table where a little crock of honey sits for the sick or the lucky. You're not sure which category you qualify for, but you take a fingertip's worth and spread it on the bread with gratitude disproportionate to the quantity. Some swear monastery honey is better than ordinary honey because bees kept near holy ground gather calmer sweetness. Others say bees, like everyone else, simply prefer well-managed gardens. No one can quite agree whether piety improves flavour, but after a day on the road you're prepared to grant sainthood to anything warm and edible. You eat slowly, watching the guest house settle for the night. On the pallet nearest the wall lies an old pilgrim with a bundle under his head, and a pilgrim badge pinned crookedly to his cloak. He rubs one knee with both hands as if trying to persuade it into a more charitable mood. Across from him, a pair of traders murmur over a small cloth purse, dividing coins or losses or both. At the far end, a woman with 2 children tucks one under each blanket and hums until they stop whispering. A man with a bandaged wrist sleeps already, mouth open, his snores still gathering confidence. The lay brother returns after a time and tells you the horse is fed, watered, and stabled near the infirmary wall. He looks wiser than most travellers, he adds. That has also been my impression. The brother inclines his head, as if pleased you've noticed. First bell before dawn, he says. If you're leaving early, we open the outer gate after Lord's. I'll be ready. Most say that at night. It is such a gentle rebuke that you cannot even resent it. He moves on, trimming a beeswax candle near the door and setting a small bunch of dried rosemary on the edge of the hearth to sweeten the air as it warms. The scent lifts slowly, green and resinous, mixing with smoke, damp wool, and the faint medicinal sharpness that seems to live permanently in monastery walls. You lie down at last on one of the pallets and pull the blanket over you. The wool is coarse but clean, heavier than your own cloak and far more convincing as protection against the night. Beneath your head, your folded outer garment serves as a pillow of extremely modest ambition. You tuck the satchel close, one hand resting on it. The reply letter within remains dry, intact, and just important enough to spoil perfect sleep. Through the wall you hear the monks begin compline. Their voices come not as distinct words at first, but as tone low, braided, patient, worn smooth by repetition, bells, chants, prayer, then silence, each portion of the night arriving with its proper shape. It occurs to you that monasteries divide darkness more kindly than the road does. Out there, the night is simply night, full of cold and guessing. Here it has hours, offices, candles, and people whose task it is to wake within it without complaint. You close your eyes, sleep comes in patches. At first you drift only along its edges, aware of every creak in the timbers, every turn of the old pilgrim, every half-suppressed cough from somewhere near the door. Then the day begins to loosen its grip. The bells heard before dawn in the stable return to you in memory, followed by the dripping wood of the forest, the manor porch, the scratch of quills, the painted boar sign swinging above the yard. A broken cartwheel from the kitchen, talk floats past in your mind for no clear reason. So does the suspicious monk expected tomorrow, who somehow in your half-dream wears bright clean sandals and disapproves of absolutely everything. Even now, it is hard to tell whether exhaustion makes dreams stranger or merely lowers the gate between nonsense and memory. At some point the fire sinks and the room cools. At some point someone gets up in the darkness, pads softly to the door, and leaves. At some point a child whimpers and is hushed. Through all of it, the satchel remains under your hand like a second pulse. Then the bell comes. It is not loud, not by daylight standards, but at that hour it fills the whole dark. One measured note, then another. The sound moves through stone and wool alike. Around you, travellers stir. The old pilgrim groans quietly, as if greeting an adversary he knows too well. A novice enters with a shaded lantern, its light touching beams, blankets, cheeks, boots. Dawn is still nowhere visible at the window slit, but the monastery has already decided the day exists. You push yourself upright, and your body registers immediate protest from approximately every useful joint. There is something uniquely medieval about beginning work before the sun, guided not by reason or warmth, but by bells and obligation. You swing your feet to the floor, wince at the cold, and begin pulling on boots that feel as though they have spent the night hardening out of spite. The novice offers a basin for washing, a little shock of cold water that clears the last scraps of sleep with ruthless efficiency. Then comes a hunk of bread, a sliver of cheese, and a cup of watered ale, the standard breakfast of anyone not important enough to require eggs. You eat standing near the embers while the guest house rouses around you. Cloaks shaken out, bundles retied, quiet muttering. The daily miracle of tired people persuading themselves into motion. This is what the steward meant, you realize, when he said the road never lets a messenger belong anywhere, even in shelter, even under a monastery roof with prayer in the walls and a fed horse in the yard. You are only pausing. Already the place begins to release you before you have properly arrived. Your body would dearly like another hour by the fire. The letter in your satchel would like the town more than it would like your comfort. You lead the gelding out just as a pale seam of grey appears above the eastern fields. Frost has returned in the night, silvering the yard stones and stiffening the ruts beyond the gate. The horse's breath smokes in the air. Your own does the same. Together you stand for one brief moment while the lay brother lifts the bar from the gate. Road will hold early, he says. Better now than later. It is the same wisdom you heard yesterday, which tells you it is not so much wisdom as the unavoidable shape of life. You've my thanks, and the monastery has your footsteps off the floor before sunrise, which is thanks enough. You laugh softly, mount, and ride out into the grey. The world before dawn has a stripped, honest look. Fields lie flat and silent under frost. Hedges are black lines against whitening ground. Smoke rises straight from cottages where hearths are being coaxed awake. A distant dog barks once and stops. No market noise yet, no carts, no gossip, no toll-keeper clearing his throat for coin. Only the road, harder now under the chill, and the horses' hooves finding their rhythm. You pass the shrine near the split ash tree, its candle extinguished, a thin thread of smoke still lifting from the wick. The saint inside looks even more uncertain at this hour, which somehow makes him seem more companionable. You nod to him as you go. The short-cut lane returns you to the main road more quickly than expected. In this light, yesterday's places look altered, as if the world has been rewritten in fewer colours. The willow by the ditch stands grey and skeletal. The alehouse sign hangs still above a yard not yet awake. The painted boar has lost all cheer and now resembles a creature contemplating taxes. You do not stop. The road opens ahead in long, low stretches of frost-rimed field. Here and there early travellers appear a milkmaid with pails yoking her shoulders unevenly. A man driving pigs who seem offended by dawn as a concept. 2 women with baskets under their cloaks walking toward town. Each glances up as you pass, and each takes in the same things: horse, satchel, purposeful direction. A mounted messenger attracts a different sort of notice from a walking one. On foot, you are effort. On horseback, you become urgency. This has its uses, but it comes with burdens of its own. People move aside more quickly. Yes, gates may open faster, but expectations sharpen. Mounted means time matters. Mounted means someone somewhere wants an answer with more haste than comfort. Mounted means your own breakfast feels suddenly inadequate to the seriousness of the saddle. Some swear a horse lends a rider dignity. Others say it merely raises a tired person higher off the ground, where everyone can better observe how cold he looks. You lean toward the second view. The town walls rise from the morning mist sooner than they should. Riding shortens distance in a way that feels almost dishonest after so much walking. The outer gate is open now, admitting carts and a stream of early folk with goods for market. The same sort of watchmen stand above, though whether they are the same men as yesterday is impossible to tell. Guards in the cold develop a kind of universal face. One of them calls down, "Business reply from the manor." That does it. You're waved through with only a brief inspection of the steward's seal on the packet wrapper. Mounted urgency, as expected, smooth certain frictions. Inside the gate, the town is newly alive. Stalls are being assembled in the square. A cooper rolls a barrel across cobbles with a noise like thunder in a box. A fishwife arranges her wares on rushes with the grim authority of someone who trusts neither customers nor weather. Boys run messages on shorter legs than yours and with perhaps less dignity but certainly more speed. You thread through it all toward the lower quarter where your sender's people keep their lodging house and counting room. The streets smell of wet stone, smoke, dung, yesterday's cabbage, and the first bread from ovens. Above, windows open one by one. A bucket of grey water is thrown into a gutter with poor warning and impressive reach. You avoid it by a margin so slim it feels personal. At the house itself, a stout timbered place with a yard narrow enough to be annoying, and a door banded in iron, you dismount and knock with the firm certainty of someone who has come far enough to deserve answering. A servant opens first, squints at you, then at the seal wrapper, and vanishes without comment. Presently a factor or clerk appears, properly dressed but not yet fully awake, his hair still arguing with the comb. From the manor. Yes. Reply. You present it. He takes it, inspects the seal, and only then seems to see you as a person rather than a delivery method. You are quick. It is one of those remarks that sounds complimentary only if you ignore the mud. The gate delays, the clerk's room, the monastery floor, the pre-dawn bell, and the fact that your thighs currently feel shaped by punishment. The manor wished speed, so it did. He breaks the outer wrapper and disappears indoors without another word. You remain in the yard. Of course you do. A messenger rarely belongs to the moment of receipt. Once the packet leaves your hand, you become once again a necessary inconvenience waiting to learn whether fresh instructions will grow from the last ones like mould on bread. A stable boy takes the gelding's reins. A kitchen girl passes with a basket of onions and gives you the curious glance of someone assembling your entire life from boots upward. Inside, Voices begin. One rises, another answers. A door shuts. Footsteps cross overhead. Somewhere, perhaps in a counting room or chamber just beyond your reach, the reply is being read, weighed, and translated into whatever comes next. You stand in the cold yard and feel the truth of the morning settle over you. The road delivered you, yes, but now the road waits again, just beyond the gate, patient as ever. The reply is gone from your satchel, and already the absence feels temporary. In this work, empty hands never stay empty long. Belonging never lasts. Even rest in a monastery guest house is only borrowed. A messenger sleeps under roofs, warms by fires, eats from many bowls, hears many bells, but the road keeps the deeper claim. And before the day has fully begun, you know with perfect clarity that you will soon be sent out again. You do not have to wait long to be proved right. The factor returns with the reply opened in one hand and a face arranged into the sort of brisk neutrality that means the morning has become complicated for someone indoors. He's more awake now, which in his case only makes him look more managerial. Behind him, in the dim passage, another clerk hurries past carrying a strip of parchment and a wax tablet, already swallowed by the day's arithmetic. There will be another message. The factor says, "Of course there will." You stand in the narrow yard with the cold still in your boots and say, "Naturally." He either misses the dry edge of it or pretends to, which is a skill in its own right. Not a full letter, a note for the reeve at the grange beyond the north fields. The manor's reply changes matters. Figures must be confirmed before noon bells if the carts are to move this week. There is something almost comical in hearing that after trudging through cold, mud, porches, scribes, and monastery bells, the next turn in your life comes down to figures and carts. Yet this, you are learning, is exactly how medieval urgency works. Great affairs may begin with land, grain, rents, favours, marriages, or grievances. By the time they reach your satchel, they often sound like instructions about who must count what before which bell. The factor glances toward the stable boy, who is rubbing down the manor horse. You'll take the gelding onto the grange and return him later. Saves time. Again, you're being granted convenience in a form that will almost certainly hurt in new places. He disappears, and within a few minutes the next packet arrives shorter, folded once, sealed in plain wax rather than grand red. A practical letter for a practical man. You tuck it carefully inside the satchel and accept a chunk of bread and a small onion from a servant with the offhand generosity of someone provisioning a shovel. "Eat on the road," she says. "I had hoped to dine in leisure with musicians. You may sing to the horse. I value his opinion too much." That gets the faintest snort from her before she turns away. Even in busy houses, tired wit sometimes earns a crumb of company. You mount again and ride out through the north gate this time, leaving the town behind just as the day sharpens into full grey morning. Frost still lies over the fields beyond the walls, thin as sifted flour. It clings to furrows, to the stubble left in harvested strips, to broken fence rails and cart tracks hardened overnight. The world is white-edged and brittle-looking, but you know better than to trust that prettiness. By noon the frost will slacken. By afternoon the road will remember it is made mostly of resentment and clay. The north fields spread wide and open, less enclosed than the roads you crossed yesterday. Low stone walls divide some strips. Elsewhere only ditch lines and old posts mark the boundaries between holdings. Crows stand in the furrows, black and deliberate, as if conducting an audit. Smoke rises from scattered crofts, far off. A plough team moves like a dark stitch across pale land. Though the season is wrong for serious turning, perhaps just repair work, or someone late, or someone poor enough that the season has little authority over him. You eat while riding, tearing bread with one hand and trying not to drop either crumbs or dignity. The onion is sharp enough to wake regions of your soul that had hoped for gentler treatment. The horse flicks an ear backward, as if to indicate that your breakfast choices are becoming a shared burden. Across the fields the wind has room to behave badly. It runs without interruption, finding the gap at your throat, the seams at your gloves, the exact point where cloak and saddle fail to agree. Riding in open country does not feel faster so much as more exposed. On foot you suffer directly. On horseback the air joins in. Some swear winter fields are healthier than woods because nothing secret can approach unseen across open ground. Others insist the openness itself wears a person down, giving wind too much freedom and thoughts too much room. Even now, it is hard to tell whether the broad land before you feels safer than the forest, or simply lonelier in a more honest way. The track to the Grange branches off the main road at a wayside cross of weathered wood. Someone has tied a faded strip of cloth around one arm of it, perhaps in petition, perhaps because a knot feels better than helplessness. You turn there and follow a lane that runs between low ridges and shallow drainage ditches rimed with ice. Before long you begin meeting carts. This is the hour when the countryside starts moving in earnest. A wagon creaks toward town loaded with sacks under rough canvas. Another rattles the other way carrying empty barrels and one boy sitting atop them like a small resentful king. A woman walks beside a donkey piled with baskets of eggs and wrapped cheeses, giving the animal the sort of stern advice usually reserved for children and saints. Every passing cart leaves the lane more damaged than it found it. Frozen ruts break under wheels, edges crumble, clods hard as fired brick shift under hoof. The gelding picks through it well, but each correction travels up through your legs and spine until your whole body feels like an instrument being tuned badly by the weather. Then, near a bend where the lane dips toward a low, marshy hollow, you see the wheel, or rather, the problem of the wheel. A farm cart has gone half sideways in the lane, one rear wheel sunk crookedly where the frozen crust broke under the weight. The axle is not snapped, but the wheel has come partly off the hub and sits at an angle that makes further movement impossible. Two men stand beside it in the universal posture of rural misfortune, hands on hips, looking at wood as if disappointment alone might repair it. A third, younger, is knee-deep in the ditch trying to lever the wheel free with a branch that has absolutely no intention of being useful. You rein in. One of the men looks up, squinting through the cold. "Road's blocked," he says, as though this may have escaped your notice. "So I gather. Unless you can fly. I left my wings in the lower town. This does not improve their circumstances, but it does briefly improve their faces." The older man steps closer, cap pulled low, beard silvered with frost. "You for the Grange, I am. Then you'll wait with the rest of us or help. Lane's too narrow round the ditch." He is right. The ditch on one side is half frozen and wholly treacherous. The bank on the other rises too steeply. You could perhaps force the horse through the hedge like an especially foolish knight in a bad romance, but it would end with torn cloak, lamed horse, and general shame. So you dismount. This, perhaps more than anything, captures the true misery of messenger work. You may ride with urgency, you may carry seals, you may have instructions linked to noon bells and household accounts, yet one broken farm cart in a muddy lane can reduce you at once to shoving wheel spokes with strangers while your schedule leaks way into the ditch. You hitch the horse to a fence post and step toward the cart. The ground bites through your boots immediately. The younger fellow in the ditch looks no happier for your arrival, but he does look relieved. "Lift when I say," says the older man. You take hold. The wheel is caked with frozen mud and heavier than righteousness. Your palms slip on damp wood. The cart bed shifts a fraction, then settles. You reposition, brace harder, and on the second effort the branch in the ditch cracks with a noise like an insult. The younger man nearly sits backward in the mud. No one laughs, which tells you this is not the first failure of the morning. A fourth man appears from the field then, carrying a proper lever cut from ash. He must have gone to fetch it while the others spent time making the road worse. Together you set it under the axle, and this time, when the older man counts, you all heave properly. The cart rises enough for the younger one to jam a stone under the wheel. The wheel drops back, less crooked now. Again. You do it again. Muscles tighten. Mud sucks at boots. Breath smokes in the air like forge heat. On the third lift, the wheel comes free enough to be rammed back onto the hub with a thud that sounds almost triumphant. The older man kneels at once and begins binding it with a leather strap. Then with a length of cord for good measure. "It'll crawl," he mutters, "not run." "Nothing on this road runs," says the younger man from the ditch, hauling himself up in a state that can only be described as marsh adjacent. That, at least, is true. Some swear a broken wheel on a journey means someone ignored a saint's day, skipped a blessing, or loaded the cart under a bad moon. Others say wheels break because roads are dreadful and wood is mortal. No one can quite agree whether accidents are warnings from heaven or simply evidence that carts, like people, have limits and are usually asked to exceed them. The men thank you in the economical way of people too tired to ornament gratitude. One offers you a swallow from a flask that smells powerfully of apple spirit and poor judgment. You take a small sip anyway. It burns down your throat and returns briefly as courage. "You carrying a message?" the older man asks, noticing the satchel now that the crisis has downgraded itself from disaster to delay. "Yes." He nods toward the restrapped wheel. "Then there's your answer when folk say messengers have grand lives. You look at the cart, at the mud on your gloves, at the ditch water dark on your boots. I'll be sure to have it painted on my coat of arms. That gets the laugh no one spared the cracked lever. Once the cart is dragged enough aside to let horse and rider squeeze past, you remount with all the elegance of damp laundry being hoisted onto a line. Your legs have stiffened in the cold labour. Your hands smell of wet wood and axle grease. The letter in your satchel remains dry, maddeningly untouched by any of this. Onward, then. The lane beyond the hollow rises gradually across open fields where frost is already giving way in patches to slick black soil. Labourers move there too, small against the breadth of land women gleaning what winter missed, a boy chasing off crows with more conviction than success. Two men repairing a fence line with raw hands and poor materials. The countryside is full of work that never quite finishes itself. A messenger merely crosses through it. But for the people in the fields, the same ditch. Post or wheel may be the whole day's battle. That thought stays with you as the grange comes into view. It is less a village than an organised cluster of use barn, granary, byre, shed. A long low house for the reeve or steward in charge. All arranged around a yard pounded to hard earth by hooves and boots. Stacks of firewood lean under a thatched overhang. A pair of geese patrol one puddle as if stationed there by law. Two carts stand unloaded near the barn doors, and beside them men are arguing over sacks in the subdued, deeply committed way that suggests grain is involved. You're noticed at once. A mounted rider with a satchel is a punctuation mark in such a place. A reeve-like fellow emerges from the long house before you have fully dismounted. He is narrow-faced, wrapped in a dark cloak, with the expression of a man who trusts measures more than people, and would prefer both to stay in clear columns. From town, he asks. From the lower house. By way of the manor yesterday. He extends a hand. No speeches. Good. You give him the packet. He breaks the plain seal on the spot and reads standing in the yard, lips tightening by small degrees. Around him, work continues but with ears turned subtly his way. This is another thing about messenger work. You become used to being the point around which attention bends, not because anyone cares about you, but because they care very much about what your satchel permits to exist next. The reeve finishes, folds the note once, and calls for 2 men by name. Orders follow quickly, 1 cart to be loaded first, not second. 3 sacks reweighed, the mill tally checked against the steward's last list. No one leaves for market before terse bells tomorrow. Grain, always grain, and numbers attached to it like burrs. He turns back to you. No written reply. Tell them the north account will be corrected and the load sent by dawn tomorrow if the bridge holds. You repeat it back exactly. A messenger learns to carry spoken lines too, especially the sort that people imagine are too simple to forget and then turn out not to be. He nods, satisfied. You'll take warm drink before going. There it is again, that small rural courtesy, practical and unsentimental. Someone hands you a cup of hot ale mulled with herbs, more medicinal than pleasant, though perhaps those are the same thing in this century. Another thrusts half a round of cheese into your hand as if food is best offered by ambush. You drink standing in the yard while the reeve's orders ripple outward into work. Men move to the scales. A boy runs for tally sticks. One of the carts is back toward the granary doors. The broken wheel men from the lane will be here soon enough. You suspect, crawling like penitents. A woman passing with a basket of leeks glances at your muddy gloves and says, "You've been at a wheel. Is it that obvious? You smell like spokes. This is, regrettably, fair." The hot ale helps. Not much, but enough to remind you that warmth still exists in liquid form. The cheese is sharp and crumbly. You eat it in 2 bites and feel it settle somewhere near your patience. Then comes the ride back. The wind has changed again, carrying a dampness that promises the frost will not survive much longer. The lane near the hollow is already worse than before, churned by the cart rescue into a paste of mud and shattered crust. You pick through it carefully. By the time you regain the main road, the fields are no longer white-rimmed but dark and wet. Every furrow and rut revealed in full, unpleasant detail. The horse lowers his head slightly and keeps on, saint among beasts. You, meanwhile, begin to understand why winter roads and small mishaps exhaust a messenger so completely. It is not that any one thing ruins you, not the cold, not the waiting, not the riding, not the broken wheel, not the need to remember spoken instructions exactly while your toes go numb. It is that each thing takes its little bite, and by afternoon you are held together mainly by habit, obligation, and whatever cheese remains in your pocket. Across the fields, bells ring the next hour from the town, and farther off another bell answers from the monastery. The sounds drift over wet ground, thin but steady. Somewhere behind you the reeve is still moving sacks according to the note you brought. Somewhere ahead a clerk waits to hear whether the bridge will hold, and here you are between them, sore in every useful part, riding through thawing lanes with axle grease on your gloves and the taste of hot herbs still on your tongue. No bard, you feel certain, has ever truly respected how much of history depends on tired people dealing with damaged carts. Still, the road goes on. So do you. By the time you reach the town again, the day has begun its long surrender to evening. It is not sudden. Medieval evenings rarely are. The light simply thins and hardens, losing warmth first, then colour, then any interest in helping you. The wet road outside the walls shines like old pewter. The carts coming in now are slower, the drivers more hunched, the animals more willing to look betrayed by existence. Smoke hangs lower over the roofs. Somewhere inside the town, a hammer still rings from a smithy, stubbornly insisting the day is not done. Your own body, however, has formed a different opinion. The north gate admits you with less delay than before, perhaps because the horse lends you borrowed importance, or perhaps because everyone at this hour wants fewer arguments, not more. You ride through streets now thick with late traffic, a butcher's apprentice lugging hooks, a woman carrying trenchers wrapped in cloth, boys shouting over a handcart, a priest picking his way through the muck with the offended precision of a man who believes mud ought to respect office. The air smells of damp stone, wool, horse sweat, cabbage, tannery runoff from the far lane, and bread just coming out of ovens somewhere unseen. It is a dense, lived smell, not elegant, but honest. You return first to the lower house, as instructed, and there the factor receives the reeve's spoken reply with the grave attention of a man for whom words about bridges and sacks may alter 3 days of temper. The north account will be corrected, you say, repeating it exactly, and the load sent by dawn tomorrow if the bridge holds. He nods once, then calls for a clerk to write it down, which confirms what you have long suspected. No one truly trusts memory unless it belongs to a priest reciting scripture, or a widow recalling old insults. There's more, he says. Of course there is. He disappears again, leaving you standing in the passage while behind a half-open door you hear the quickened rustle of account books, the scratch of quills, and one brief exchange in tones too low to make out. When he returns, he carries not a minor folded note this time, but another sealed packet, longer and heavier, wrapped against damp and marked with a seal impression you do not recognize. This goes west, he says, to the hill keep above Stag's Hollow. You stare at him for a moment, not in disobedience, but in quiet spiritual fatigue. The keep, you say, the keep at evening, at evening. It is the sort of exchange that should, by rights, end in mercy. It does not. The household there must have it tonight. Their gate closes after dark, so you'll need to press while there's still light enough to show intent. The road is known. Ask at the west gate for the Hollow Road. Naturally. There is always a road. There is always someone indoors who says the road is known. You take the packet and weigh it in your hand. Wax seal unbroken. Edges neat. Something in it important enough to send a tired messenger uphill into failing light, which is exactly the sort of importance that rarely feels important to the person carrying it. The factor studies you more closely then, perhaps noticing that you're held upright largely by habit and resentment. You may eat first, he says, as if bestowing indulgence from a theological throne, and keep the gelding. Return tomorrow if the keep stables him for the night. That is, in fairness, a considerable mercy. You bow your head in acknowledgement, because open gratitude is easier than inventing a second spine. Food comes quickly, a bowl of oat pottage enriched with scraps of beef, a wedge of hard cheese, 2 heels of bread, and a cup of small ale. You eat standing near the kitchen door while servants pass in both directions with baskets, kindling, and the strained faces of people who've already been interrupted too many times. No one has time for conversation. The house has turned inward toward its own evening busyness. Candles are being brought, tallies closed, accounts argued with. Somewhere above, a shutter slams against the rising wind. You finish, refill your water flask, and mount again. The west gate opens onto a road less crowded than the north one, and within a short distance the town falls behind. The land out here begins gently enough fields, hedges, low pasture, but farther west the ground gathers itself into folds. You can see it even now in the dimming light, the long rise of the hills like old grey beasts lying close together. Somewhere above one of those slopes sits the keep. A keep, you reflect, is what happens when a manor decides humility has gone too far. The road narrows as it leaves the flatter country, becoming stonier under the horses' hooves. Mud gives way in places to exposed rock, then returns where water runs across it, then disappears again beneath patches of gravel and old broken paving stones that may once have belonged to a more ambitious century. The gelding works steadily beneath you. You lean forward slightly on the uphill stretches, feeling every earlier mile in your thighs. The sky to the west is still pale, but only just. A band of cold light lingers under the clouds. Above it, the rest is thickening into iron grey. Crows head home in loose crooked lines. A shepherd far below is driving the last of his flock into a fold. Each sheep a dirty patch of moving wool in the dimness. Smoke drifts from scattered crofts tucked into the folds of the land, each one seeming impossibly peaceful to a man who's been sent elsewhere. Some swear hills hold silence differently from flat country, storing it in folds and releasing it only after sunset. Others say hill roads are favoured by old spirits, outlaws, and tax collectors, because all three appreciate vantage. Even now, it is hard to tell whether the growing hush around you comes from the shape of the land or from your own tiredness turning inward. The hollow road, once found, is unmistakable. It cuts between banks high enough to shelter the track from some of the wind, though not enough to make the journey kind. Thorn bushes tangle along the slopes above. Here and there oak roots break through the earth like knotted fingers. The horse's breath smokes steadily. Yours joins it whenever the cloak falls open at your throat. At one bend you pass a roadside shrine set into the bank. Nothing more than a little alcove of stone with a weathered carving inside. A saint, probably. Though the face has been worn almost flat by weather, candle smoke, and passing hands. Someone has left 3 acorns and a strip of blue cloth there. Someone else, less reverent or more practical, has wedged a bent horseshoe into a crack beside the figure. Protection layered upon protection. Saint, iron, colour, habit. You nod in passing. There is no point quarrelling with other people's precautions when you're busy accumulating your own. The road climbs harder now, around the next rise. Finally, you see it the keep. It stands above Stag's Hollow on a shoulder of stone, its outer wall catching what remains of the evening light in a dull grey line. Not enormous, but emphatic. A squat tower at one corner, a gatehouse with a roofed passage, smoke lifting from within, and here and there already visible against the dimness, torches. Small points of orange at first, then clearer as you approach, each flame shaking in the wind and making the stone behind it seem deeper and colder. There is something about a keep at evening that makes a messenger feel smaller than a manor ever does. A manor receives you as part of business. A keep receives you as part of order. Stone, height, narrow windows, iron fittings. Everything suggests that access here is not merely controlled but deserved only by others. The climb toward it is slower than you want. The track steepens and twists across bare stone and packed earth. Loose gravel shifts under hoof. Once the gelding slips slightly and recovers at once, but your heart takes longer to settle. The last stretch passes beneath a stand of leafless ash trees where the wind whistles through branches with the voice of something trying and failing to become words. By the time you reach the outer gate, the light is nearly gone. The gatehouse looms above you, oak doors shut but not yet barred, iron studs dark and dull in the torchlight. A chain hangs beside the wicket. A man on the wall walks its length and peers down. State your business. You almost admire how all gates manage to ask the same question with such conviction that no one has ever answered it before. Messenger from the lower town, you call up. Sealed packet for the household, from whom you give the name. There is a pause, then wait. Of course. You sit mounted below the wall while torch smoke drifts down and the wind needles through your cloak. The gelding lowers his head and shifts one hind foot. Patient in the way only creatures with no illusion about human efficiency can be. You look up at the parapet and count 3 figures moving there, all cloaked, all shaped by firelight into more authority than perhaps they possess by day. A wicket opens at length, not enough to admit you, merely enough for a face and one suspicious shoulder. Token. You hand it down. The guard turns it in the torchlight, then squints at the satchel. Packet sealed. Yes. Alone. Yes. Any companion behind only fatigue. That wins you nothing. Hard company. Castle guards. He disappears with the token, leaving you once again outside something important while lesser men decide whether your existence is acceptable. This is the full weight of protocol, not dramatic, not cruel in any singular way, but cumulative. Every wall demands naming. Every gate wants proof. Every household waits for a superior to confirm what is already plain. By the time you enter such places, you have already delivered half yourself to procedure. At last chains clank, bolts slide, the wicket opens fully, then one leaf of the gate enough to admit horse and rider. Inside the outer yard, the torchlight changes everything. Stone walls rise close and severe on either side, their surfaces gleaming faintly where damp catches flame. Shadows lie thick beneath the stairs and along the base of the wall. A stable block stands to one side, opposite it a low storehouse with iron-hasped doors. Above, a gallery runs along the inner face of the wall, and from hooks there hang lanterns in horn panes, each giving off a muted amber glow that makes the air itself feel enclosed. The place smells of wet stone, horse, wood smoke, and cold iron. A groom comes for the gelding, but not before another official-looking man approaches older, lean, with a ring of iron keys at his belt large enough to suggest either authority or deep anxiety. The keys clink as he walks, a sharp metallic sound that seems to suit the place exactly. Packet, he says, into whose hand he studies you, and something in his face shifts slightly, not approval, but the recognition that you are not entirely green. Mine for the present. The Chamberlain will inspect the seal. You dismount, legs protesting the return to earth, and hold the packet out carefully. He does not take it at once. Instead, he angles it toward the torch, checking wax and wrapper. Only then do the keys at his belt give one quiet knock against each other as he reaches. There'll be a wait, he says. There always is. He nods toward a covered stair. By the inner hall, you'll be called. The groom leads the horse away. You follow a servant with the lantern through the yard and into a vaulted passage where the air grows stiller and colder at once. The stone underfoot is worn into shallow hollows by generations of boots. Arrow loops punctuate one wall like narrow black thoughts. The passage opens at last into a smaller inner court, and beyond that the hall rises, door lit by twin torches that smoke under an overhanging roof. Here the world closes in, not the wide loneliness of fields, not the muddy indifference of roads, but the enclosing pressure of walls, stairs, ironwork, and hierarchy. You feel it in the narrowing of sound, in the way every movement seems watched, in the fact that even your tired breathing becomes noticeable when everything else is stone and controlled flame. Inside the hall porch, a bench waits. Because the universe is consistent if nothing else. You sit. The door near you is banded with iron and fitted with a latch broad enough to secure livestock or secrets with equal confidence. Beside it hangs a lantern whose horn panels have gone honey-coloured with age. A servant passes carrying a stack of wooden trenchers. Another brings a bundle of rushes to refresh the floor inside. The smell from the hall reaches you in waves when the door opens roasted meat, wet wool, smoke, tallow, stale ale, and that richer undernote of a larger household gathering itself to eat. You are close enough now to hear voices within, not words clearly, only the layered murmur of a hall at supper, someone speaking at length from the dais, someone laughing lower down, hounds shifting under benches, a cup set too hard on wood. You imagine warmth, candles, people seated. It is a dangerous picture. The more clearly you imagine comfort, the more keenly you feel your own position outside it. A young servant girl comes with a cup of hot broth thin enough to show charity without extravagance. You accept it as though it were a royal favour. It smells of leek and pepper, mostly water, but blessedly warm. With it comes a small trencher of bread and dripping. You eat in slow bites, each one reminding you that your day has become longer than it had any right to be. Some swear castle kitchens season food better on feast days because the Lord's temper is thought to sit nearer the skin when guests are present. Others insist the best bits go upward, the rest outward, and that servants can judge a household's politics by the fat left on the trenchers. No one can quite agree whether great halls nourish loyalty, or merely display the portion of it already owed. The key-bearer returns after what feels like half a lifetime and half a cup of broth. The chamberlain will hear who sent you and whether the road behind is clear. Only here, for now. He says this with perfect seriousness, as if for now is among the grand blessings of the age. You rise and follow him into a side chamber off the hall proper, not as grand as the main room but warm enough to stun you. Candles burn in wall sconces. A brazier glows near the far side. At a table sits the chamberlain, broad-shouldered and grey at the temples, dressed well enough to prove rank but plainly enough to suggest he values efficiency over decoration. Beside him stands a clerk with a writing tablet. Always a clerk. Civilization cannot move without someone nearby prepared to write down that you are tired. The packet lies on the table, still sealed. The chamberlain looks up. You rode from town this evening, I did. Stopped where the lower house before departure. Nowhere after. Road passable with care. Hollow road stony but clear. No obstruction beyond dusk and weather. He nods. Any men on the western ridge, none seen. The clerk scratches it down. Good. The chamberlain reaches for the packet, studies the seal himself, then finally breaks it. The wax cracks cleanly. Something in you relaxes at the sound. Another burden, transferred. He reads quickly, brows drawing together once, then smoothing. He passes one sheet to the clerk, keeps the other. There may be a reply, he says, which is one of the least surprising sentences ever spoken to a messenger. You stand there, torchlight and candlelight mixing on stone walls, and feel the full shape of the day settle around you. Morning fields, broken wheel, town yard, another packet, hill road, gate delays, iron keys, torchlit stone. The expectation that you will remain upright and ready through all of it because the words of others continue to breed more words. This is what the outline of your life has become, always arriving as evening deepens, always climbing toward one more door, one more seal, one more question asked by someone warmer than you. The Chamberlain looks up again. You'll wait by the hall. If no reply is made tonight, you'll bed here and take word at dawn. For a moment you could nearly bless him. Instead you bow your head and say, "As you wish." The key-bearer leads you back out. The ring at his belt knocks softly against his thigh. Little iron notes in the torchlit passage. The hall door closes behind you. Once more you're on the bench under the lantern, close to warmth but not entirely admitted to it. And yet this time, with stone walls closing around you, and the keep's ordered gravity settling into your bones, the waiting feels almost like arrival. Not rest, never that, but something close enough to mercy to pass in torchlight. You wait by the hall long enough for the keep to reveal its evening life in layers. At first it is only sound. The rise and fall of voices within the great room, the shifting scrape of benches, the dull clink of cups meeting wood, the soft, restless movement of hounds under tables. Then it becomes smell each time the door opens: roast mutton, onions browned in fat, warm bread, spilled ale, damp wool steaming gently near the fire, and tallow from more candles than any ordinary house would dare burn in a single night. Then at last it becomes sight in fragments. A servant pushing through with a stack of trenchers, a flash of red cloth from someone higher born crossing near the dais, the gleam of a cup rim in torchlight, a boy hurrying out with bones for the dogs and nearly losing 2 to the larger hound, who regards the whole matter as a moral victory. You remain on the bench beneath the honey-coloured lantern, half in the life of the hall and half out of it, which is a messenger's natural position in the world. Now and then someone notices you. A passing servant glances at your satchel and marks you at once for what you are. A guard descending from the wall stair pauses only long enough to warm his hands at a brazier before trudging on. An older woman carrying folded linen gives you the same brief measuring look the steward's people did yesterday. Boots, cloak, posture, degree of mud, then decides you're safe enough to ignore. In a great household, being ignored by the right person is often the nearest thing to acceptance. The key-bearer returns after some time with a second cup of broth, thicker than the first, and a square of oat bread darkened almost to brown at the edges. The Chamberlain says wait in comfort, as far as the keep permits, he says, setting both beside you. That sounds like a threat dressed as courtesy. He almost smiles. Almost. You've been on the road. That has become difficult to conceal. He nods at the satchel. Messengers often think the hard part is speed. It isn't. No, it's remaining useful after speed has worn off. With that, he goes, leaving you with broth, bread, and a line so accurate it settles into you more deeply than the warmth. That is precisely it. The work does not simply ask you to hurry. It asks you to keep functioning after the hurry, after the cold, after the gates, after the horse has finished climbing and your legs have turned to stiff rope. Any fool can be urgent for a while. A messenger must still be coherent at the far end. You eat slowly, savouring the broth even though it tastes mainly of leek, bone, and whatever herbs happen to be nearest the cook's hand. The oat bread is dense enough to anchor a roof beam, but it does its duty. Inside the hall someone laughs sharply, then is hushed by another voice more authoritative. Somewhere further off a door bangs in the inner court and the wind moves briefly through the porch, carrying the smell of wet stone and torch smoke. At length the hall doors open wider than before, and for a moment you see the room properly. It is long, timbered, and glowing with layered light. Beeswax candles burn at the high table, while rougher tallow candles gutter below. Rushes, newly laid, soften the floor and give off a faint green sweetness beneath the stronger smells of meat and smoke. Tapestries hang along the walls, hunting scenes. Saints, one rather uncertain lion that looks more like an irritated dog wearing ambition. At the dais sits the lord of the keep, or someone close enough to him to share his warmth. While below that the household arranges itself in descending order of importance, distance from the fire and likely portion of the roast. You catch only a breath of it before the door narrows again. But it is enough. Some swear noble halls feel grand because of wealth. Others say it is simply a matter of how many people may sit at ease while others stand. No one can quite agree whether great rooms create power or merely display it under better candlelight. Even now, it is hard to tell whether the warmth you envy belongs to the fire or to the right to remain near it. A little later, a boy no more than 12 appears at the porch and says, "The chamberlain bids you come nearer the hearth, if you know how not to stare." It is such a precise invitation that you nearly laugh. I have spent years perfecting respectful indifference. You say. He considers that. Good. Some guests look about as if they mean to steal the walls. He leads you not to the high table, of course, nor even into the body of the hall, but to a side place near one of the lower hearths where retainers, officials, and useful outsiders may warm themselves without mistaking their station. It is, for all that, immeasurably better than the bench. Heat reaches your face at once. Your boots begin to steam faintly. You sit on a stool low enough to protect hierarchy, but near enough the fire to feel almost human again. From here you see the hall's life in fuller detail. A pair of hounds sleep nose to tail beneath the nearest bench, occasionally opening one eye whenever a bone descends from above. 2 men in better cloaks than the rest bend over a board game scratched into wood, moving pebbles with the seriousness of diplomats. At the far end, a harpist picks out something soft and repetitive, not a performance so much as an accompaniment to supper's end. Servants pass in currents, cups gathered, trenchers cleared, crumbs brushed, fresh rushes scattered where spilled broth has gone astray. A maid walks by with a bucket of sand to dry a patch of ale, and tosses it with the calm skill of long practice. There is a whole art to great house routine. The hall appears to settle itself, but in truth it is held together by people who never sit long enough to look settled. The chamberlain crosses once, speaking low to the lord or master at the dais. Whatever answer he receives sends him back toward the side room where the clerks likely wait. So there will indeed be a reply. Of course there will. Messages breed replies in warm rooms the way mice breed in grain stores quietly, efficiently, and always more than expected. You draw your hands close to the fire and let your attention roam. At another bench sits an old knight, or something near it, his hair gone silver but his posture still stubbornly straight. He's telling a story to 2 younger men who are trying hard to look as though they already know it. Across from him, a woman in a dark gown with fur at the cuffs listens to someone reading softly from a folded paper household accounts perhaps, or a letter from kin. Near the pillar, a priest eats slowly, eyes half-lidded. With the weary peace of a man who has heard confession all afternoon, and now asks only not to be consulted until morning. A servant sets before you a small trencher of roast mutton scraps and softened onions, clearly from the lower end of distribution, but none the worse for that. Beside it comes a cup of stronger ale than before. You murmur thanks and receive merely a nod in return. In households like this, Kindness often arrives disguised as procedure. You tear the meat with your fingers and think, not without irony, that messengers are among the few people who dine in nearly every rank of place without belonging fully to any. Stable straw one night, monastery pallet the next, manor kitchen stool, castle side hearth. You touch all these worlds and remain a guest in every one of them. No one can quite agree whether that makes a messenger fortunate or lonely. At the next stool, a man with a scar along one jaw glances at your satchel and says, "You came up after dusk, I did. Then the road was poor. It had strong opinions." He grunts in approval, which seems to be his version of conversation. "I rode dispatch once for a winter levy," he says after a moment. "Lost a horse in a drift and a glove in a stream. Kept the glove longer in memory. That seems the usual way of it," you say. He nods toward the hall. People think news flies. It limps. It shivers. It waits for gates. Then someone indoors says it was late. There it is again. The truth said plainly by someone who has worn it. You lift your cup slightly in acknowledgement, and he does the same. The harp falls quiet. Supper thins. One by one, lesser folk drift out toward their own corners of the keep the guard room, the outer lodgings, the kitchen side, wherever the household stores those not born to upholstered certainty. The candles burn lower. A servant trims one and replaces another. Dogs are roused and resentfully led away. The priest disappears. The old knight is still speaking, which suggests either admirable stamina or a story with no mercy. Then the chamberlain returns and beckons. You rise, every muscle announcing itself, and follow him back into the side room. There the same clerk waits with tablet ready. The chamberlain stands by the table where a new packet has already been folded and sealed. Beside it lies a shorter strip, rolled and tied, likely instructions for someone lower in the chain. 2 things go back, he says. 1 to the lower house, 1 to the reeve at the North Grange if you pass that way tomorrow. Pass that way tomorrow. It is lovely how such phrases assume a future built entirely from your continued obedience. You'll sleep here tonight, he goes on, and before you can fully absorb the relief and leave at first light, naturally. Relief in this life is always tethered to another start. Still, a roof is a roof, and first light is kinder than midnight. He holds up the larger packet. This for the factor directly, hand to hand. Then the smaller roll. This for the reeve carts are to take the lower ford, not the bridge, if the river rises again. You repeat both instructions back to him. He corrects a single word. You repeat them again. Only then does he seem satisfied. The clerk scratches them down on the tablet as if memory itself requires witness. Some swear spoken messages are more dangerous than written ones because they travel in the soft, unreliable box of the human skull. Others say spoken lines are safer precisely because no rat, rain leak, or curious servant can pry them open. Even now, it is hard to tell which is truer. What is certain is that a messenger must serve as parchment when needed, and not complain that parchment has fewer knees. The chamberlain hands you the sealed packet and the tied roll. You'll bed in the outer chamber above the stable passage. Crude, but warm enough. Warm enough is nearly a love poem by this point in your journey. A servant leads you there by lantern, up a narrow stair, along a draughty gallery, through a low door into a room with 2 truckle beds, a coffer, a stool, and a slit window that shows only darkness and 1 sliver of torch glow from the yard below. The blankets are wool, the pallet stuffed with something firmer than monastery straw and less fragrant than a stable, which makes it an aristocrat among beds. A little beeswax candle has been left on the stool. Beside it sits a ceramic bowl with dried lavender and rosemary mixed together, perhaps to sweeten the room or discourage stale air or possibly evil dreams. Some swear dried lavender under the bed chases nightmares. Others hang rosemary over sleeping places to guard memory and keep wandering spirits from meddling with the soul in sleep. Those who tell the tale never fully agree whether such herbs work through heaven, scent, or simple reassurance. At this stage you are prepared to accept all three. You unbuckle the satchel and set it under the bed, close enough to touch. Your boots come off with difficulty and a degree of personal betrayal. The room is quiet except for distant steps below and the muffled shifting of horses through the floorboards beyond the wall. That sound, oddly enough, comforts you. Horses breathing in the dark, stable chains settling, the occasional stamp of a hoof. All of it feels more truthful than the day's hierarchies. When you lie down, the bed feels almost too soft at first. Your body, having spent so much time braced against movement, does not fully trust stillness. Every ache comes forward to introduce itself, thighs from riding, shoulders from the satchel, hands from the cartwheel, back from everything. Yet the blanket is heavy, the air only mildly cold, and no bell is likely to wake you for some hours. This is what the work never promises, but sometimes grants not comfort exactly. But pause. A borrowed pocket of pause inside a keep full of schemes, candles, and careful words. Before sleep takes you, the hall's murmur reaches faintly through the stone, then fades. The last torch in the yard below crackles once. A horse shifts. Somewhere a key turns in a lock. The whole keep settles around you, layer by layer, like a great animal folding itself into the night. And in that dim upper chamber, with messages waiting for dawn and your boots abandoned in a heap like conquered enemies, you understand another quiet burden of the road a messenger often knows too much. Not the full contents of letters, not always, but enough. Enough to hear tension in a chamberlain's voice. Enough to see servants glance at one another when a packet arrives. Enough to know which roads matter, which bridges are doubted, which monks are called suspicious, which stewards prefer courtesy sharpened to a point. You carry not only words but atmospheres, tones, urgencies, silences. Then, just as that thought settles, sleep takes you cleanly at last. For a few merciful hours, neither hall nor road asks anything more. You wake before the knock comes. That is the trouble with sleeping inside obligation, even in a strange bed, beneath a solid wool blanket in a keep that holds out wind better than any alehouse or guest house. Some part of you remains listening for duty like a dog listening for footsteps. So when your eyes open into the dim grey of not quite dawn, you already know the hour has come before the sound reaches the door. It does, a moment later, 2 brisk raps. You sit up with the stunned heaviness of someone whose body had, for once, begun to believe in mercy. The little upper chamber is cold now, the beeswax candle long dead, the slit window barely washed with the first shy grey of morning. Somewhere below, in the stable passage, a horse stamps and chains shift. The keep is waking by degrees. A door opens. A bucket rings against stone. Farther off, from the chapel tower or some inner court, a bell sounds once small, restrained, but decisive. You dress by memory more than sight. Hose, tunic, belt, cloak, boots that still resent you. When you bend for the satchel, your back reminds you that yesterday contained hills, gates, and a cartwheel in distress. The sealed packet and tied roll remain safely inside. That fact, for some reason, steadies you. You open the door to find a servant boy with a lantern and an expression of professional neutrality learned too early. Kitchen, he says, then yard. Chamberlain says first light. Of course he does. The boy either does not hear or chooses not to. A wise habit in a keep. Down below, the kitchen is already alive in the purposeful half-light of morning labour. Fires have been coaxed back up from embers. Someone is kneading dough with the stern concentration of a person who believes flour is best treated with authority. A pot simmers. Another hisses. The room smells of smoke, wet stone, oat porridge, onion skins, and that faint sharpness of vinegar used to wipe tables and chase yesterday away. You're given a bowl of thick oats with a little honey stirred in, bread still warm at the centre, and a wedge of hard cheese wrapped in cloth for later. You eat standing near the hearth with 2 grooms and a laundress, whose hands are already red from cold water. No one speaks much. Dawn is a time for chewing, not philosophy. The only real sound is the wooden rhythm of spoons against bowls and the occasional hiss when damp logs settle deeper into the fire. Some swear honey before travel keeps the chest clear against morning mist. Others say a clove of garlic worn in the sleeve does better, though it renders fellowship a more complicated affair. No one can quite agree whether breakfast cures fatigue or merely convinces the body to resume negotiating with it. The chamberlain finds you before you've finished the last of the porridge. He appears at the kitchen threshold as though carved there by rank, wrapped in a darker cloak than last night, his expression already arranged for a day of decisions. You have the packet, I do. The lower house directly, then the reeve, if the north road is still serviceable. Lower ford if the river has risen again, you say, repeating the spoken instruction. He inclines his head. Good. There are storms farther west, so if the sky worsens, keep to the lower roads and do not trust the ridge track. This is almost kindness. At the very least, it is useful. I won't. He studies you briefly, perhaps measuring whether you're made of sufficient persistence to represent his household through another day. Apparently you are, or at least no better option is ready at hand. The groom has the gelding prepared. You'll find a small flask in the saddlebag, for cold, not pleasure. In this work, the line is thin. A flicker passes near his mouth, then is gone. Move while the ground still holds. Naturally. Everyone says the same thing, because the road gives the same lesson every morning and no one has yet found a more comforting version of it. The keep at dawn is less imposing than at night, though not by much. Its stone remains stern, but daylight reveals the practical seams beneath grandeur-chipped steps. A patched section of wall, a rain barrel with one broken hoop, a sleepy groom scratching at his neck while tightening a girth. The outer yard smells of damp straw and cold ash. Over the eastern hills the sky is pearl grey with thin bands of pale yellow, gathering beneath the clouds. Promising, for now. You mount and ride out through the gate just as it opens to the day. Below the keep, Stag's Hollow lies under a wash of mist. It clings low among the folds of the land, turning hedges to smudges and trees to patient silhouettes. The road down is slick where dew and old frost have met, and the horse takes it with the careful dignity of one who knows that a foolish rider can still fall off a sensible animal. You ride in silence, hearing only hoofbeats, harness creak, and the occasional scold of crows already disputing territory in the fields. At the roadside shrine, the bent horseshoe still sits wedged beside the worn saint. This morning someone has added a little tuft of wool tied with red thread. Protection accumulates quickly on troubled roads. Some swear red thread confuses ill will, whether from witches, jealous neighbours, or the sour glance of a passing stranger. Others tie wool because sheep are stubborn survivors, and a traveller may borrow luck from any creature willing to keep walking in weather. Even now, it is hard to tell whether such charms guard the body or simply reassure the mind long enough for the body to do its work. You do not disturb the offerings. Let all available defences remain employed. The hollow road proves easier in morning light than it had by dusk, though no less stony. The horse picks his way downhill with the mild patience of a monk forced to escort gossip through a chapel. Once you reach the flatter fields, the pace improves. Smoke rises from crofts. A woman shakes a blanket at a doorway. 2 boys drive geese out from a yard with more noise than strategy. The world has resumed its familiar, stubborn business. By the time you near the town walls, the sun has pushed weakly through a rip in the cloud, enough to brighten wet stone and gild the upper edges of roofs. The streets inside are already awake. Stalls opening, bakers shouting, a cooper rolling casks, a fishwife berating both a customer and Providence in the same breath. You thread through them toward the lower house, which receives you with the same half-alert efficiency as before. The factor takes the packet hand to hand, as instructed. From the keep directly, he checks the seal, breaks it, and reads standing. Something in his face tightens, then smooths. A familiar expression now. A messenger becomes fluent in the grammar of other people's concern, the narrowed eye, the set mouth, the pause before calling for ink. No written answer, he says at last. But the reeve must have the second order before midday. The river came up in the night. That matters. Then, the lower ford instruction is no idle precaution. He reaches for a wax tablet, scratches a note, then thinks better of it and sets it aside. No, the reeve has enough writing. Better you tell him plainly and say it came after Hillward. He'll understand. You nod. Spoken, then. One more line to carry in the skull. The keep confirms movement tomorrow. He adds, the ford, not the bridge, if water is over the stones. Say it twice if he argues. Does he argue often? He breathes often. Fair enough. A kitchen servant thrusts another crust of bread into your hand as you turn to leave. Either houses imagine messengers are part bird, part mule, or they simply know that a moving man will eat anything not nailed down. In this case, they are not wrong. Back out through the north side of town you go, this time under a sky less settled than before. The clouds have thickened while you were indoors. The pale sun now comes and goes behind them like a coin in a miser's fist. The air tastes of rain even before the first drops arrive. The road to the Grange is busier now than yesterday. Carts groan, peasants trudge with bundles. A drover curses a pig with the exhausted intimacy of long acquaintance. Near the fork at the wayside cross you pass a little group of pilgrims huddled under cloaks, badges dull in the damp, their hats beaded with drizzle. One of them, an old woman with bright eyes and 2 teeth of real determination, points at the sky and says, "Storm saints are out, are they? They walk before rain and after bad bargains. That seems a broad jurisdiction. Then they'll have plenty to do." She grins and taps the little saint badge pinned to her breast. "Keep iron near water," she says, "and don't whistle on a bridge." No one can quite agree whether such advice belongs to superstition or accumulated common sense with embroidery added. You thank her anyway. Medieval roads are built as much from warnings as from earth. Soon enough the rain arrives. Not a downpour, not yet, but a fine cold drizzle that settles into everything with insulting persistence. Cloak, gloves, horse mane, saddle leather, eyelashes, nothing escapes it. The road darkens by shades. The ruts soften. The banks begin to seep. Your crust of bread turns grim but edible. This is the sort of weather that truly explains the exhaustion of the work. Not dramatic storm, not heroic blizzard, but a thin, endless wetting that steals warmth one seam at a time while still expecting you to remember instructions correctly. Everything becomes slightly heavier. The satchel, the reins, the hems, your thoughts. When you reach the marshy hollow where the broken cart had stranded yesterday, the place has worsened exactly as it intended. The lane is a churn of mud worked loose by wheels and rain. Fresh tracks show where others have passed before you, each one kindly worsening it for the next. The horse lowers his head, chooses his footing, and threads through with admirable care. You, meanwhile, sit above him, trying not to think about what a full slide into that ditch would do to dignity, letters, and trousers alike. Some swear marshy places remember every traveller and try to keep a piece of each. Others say mud has no memory at all. It simply behaves with equal hostility toward everyone. Even now, it is hard to tell which is more discouraging. The Grange appears through the drizzle with its usual air of organised irritation. Men are already at the carts. The yard is louder than before, busier, tighter strung. A line of sacks waits under covering. 2 oxen stand harnessed, steaming in the rain. Someone is shouting over the sound of a wooden scale beam thumping into place. Grain does not care for weather, but it moves in weather anyway. The reeve spots you at once and strides over with the expression of a man already losing a private argument to time. Well, you deliver the message exactly. Movement tomorrow confirmed. Lower ford, not bridge. If the water is over the stones, hill word after town word. Say it twice if he argues. At hill word something in his face shifts. There it is, the invisible ladder of households and whose instructions carry more weight. He mutters once under his breath. Likely at the river, perhaps at the Chamberlain, possibly at creation in general. Bridge will be useless by evening, he says. I knew it yesterday. Told them. But now the keep says it, and suddenly the water is scholarly. You do not smile. A messenger knows when humour is welcome, and when it would be mistaken for class warfare. Then the lower ford, you say. The lower ford, he echoes not happily. If it rises past the willow stump, we wait. If not, we drag the carts through and pray the wheels remember their duty. He calls orders at once. Men move. One runs toward the barns, another toward the ox teams. A boy is sent to check the ford markers. The whole place rearranges itself around a sentence you carried in your head through drizzle. That is another strange truth of the work the human body as hinge. All this motion, all this grain, these animals, carts, straps, curses, and tomorrow's market turned by a few words delivered before noon. The reeve turns back briefly. You'll take warm ale. It seems to be the one universal courtesy of the age. Someone presses a mug into your hand, fragrant with rosemary and something bitterer, perhaps horehound or sage. Another thrusts a strip of smoked bacon wrapped in cloth into your satchel, as if adding ammunition to a campaign. You've weather behind you, says the woman from yesterday, the one who said you smelled like spokes. And worse ahead, I always appreciate forecasts delivered with affection. Affection wastes time. That, too, is a kind of wisdom. You do not linger. The reeve has no more words for you, and the sky has begun gathering itself into darker folds. As you turn back toward town, rain sharpens against your hood, and the wind shifts colder from the east. The fields beyond the lane are smeared with grey, their far edges disappearing into low weather. A lone scarecrow leans sideways in a patch of stubble like a saint who lost interest. By the time the town walls loom up again, you are wet through at the shoulders and increasingly convinced that medieval courier work is less a profession than a long negotiation with dampness. Still, The horse goes on. So do you. The lower house takes your oral confirmation. The factor nods, writes something down, asks nothing else. For the first time in what feels like many lives, no fresh packet appears immediately in his hand. Instead he says, "The manor horse should be returned by afternoon if the road allows." That should feel like release. Instead it feels like merely another shape of work. Return the horse. Cross the road yet again. Re-enter the weave of gates and porches and officials. Still, there is a faint slackening inside you. No urgent western hill this time. No sealed packet breeding another beneath it. Only the obligation already attached to your day. Outside, the rain lessens to mist again. The town smells freshly scrubbed and deeply displeased. From somewhere over the rooftops a bell rings noon, and another answers faintly from farther off, perhaps the monastery, perhaps a chapel beyond the fields. Bells, always bells. They have followed you from stable dawn to forest noon to manor porch and guest house dark, and now through storm roads too. The world of messenger work is not heroic. You think as you turn the gelding once more toward the open road, it is repetitive in the most punishing way. Wet wool, cold fingers, warnings from old women, seals, benches, tally sticks, geese, bad roads, useful broth, more roads. Yet it is also the hidden stitching of everything. Without the tired body in the saddle, the words do not cross the mud. Without the words, the carts do not turn, the gates do not expect. The stewards do not decide in time to inconvenience everyone else correctly. Ahead, the afternoon lies long and sodden. Somewhere beyond it waits the manor yard where the gelding belongs. Perhaps another bench, perhaps only a stable hand's nod. Behind you remain town noise and written instructions. Around you the road spreads on, dark with rain and certainty. And as the horse steps forward, you understand more deeply than ever why some swear messengers need luck more than skill. Skill keeps you moving. Luck keeps the bridge from washing out, the wheel from failing, the storm from arriving an hour sooner, the Lord from deciding he needs one more answer before sunset. Today, at least, you still have both. So you ride on through the weather, bearing no fresh letter now but all the same old weariness, while the bells fade behind you and the road asks once again for everything you have left. The road out of town feels different when your satchel carries no fresh sealed urgency. Not lighter, exactly. The body does not care whether the packet is gone when the shoulders are already sore, the knees already seasoned by cold, and the damp already working steadily through wool. But the mind notices the sharp edge of being needed at once has dulled a little. In its place comes something stranger and, in its own way, almost more exhausting the after-weariness that follows purpose. You are still riding, still cold, still obliged to return the gelding to the manor where he belongs, and yet the day no longer rises ahead in neat tasks. It has become one long drag of weather, distance, and the feeling that your bones have been borrowed too many times. Rain hangs in the air without fully committing itself. The sky is a low lid of grey, darker to the east, where the clouds have gathered over the fields in folds like damp wool blankets. The road south from town is no one's idea of merciful. What frost held firm this morning is now gone, replaced by blackened ruts, slick clay, and the occasional shallow pool that reflects the sky with insulting innocence. The gelding moves well, though more carefully now. He has had a long day too, and perhaps a longer week before you borrowed him. His ears flick at the drizzle, his flanks darken with damp. You find yourself talking to him once, quietly, because the road has gone on so long and there is no one else within earshot, We're both being very dignified about this. You say. One Ear turns back. I feel that you agree. The horse says nothing, which is the best sort of agreement. Fields spread on either side, bleached of colour under the weather. Here and there winter cabbages huddle low to the ground. Beyond them lie strips of harvested earth, dark and ridged, interrupted by stands of leafless thorn or the lonely poles of bean frames gone empty. A scarecrow leans with tragic conviction in one patch, hat half collapsed, arms extended in permanent disappointment, near a ditch. Two women pull turnips from wet ground and drop them into baskets with the resigned rhythm of people who understand that the work is rarely noble and never finished. This is the countryside without poetry, and therefore perhaps the truest version. Some swear the fields after rain draw melancholy up from the earth, especially in late autumn and winter, when everything smells of roots and endings. Others say the heavy feeling belongs not to the land but to the traveller who has spent too many days under open sky. Even now, it is hard to tell whether the grey weight pressing on you comes from the weather itself or from the steady accumulation of fatigue in the body. You pass the wayside cross where the old pilgrim woman had warned you about keeping iron near water. The strip of cloth tied to one arm is darker now with rain. Someone has added a little garland of dried berries, already half pecked by birds. Such objects always look more sincere in bad weather. In sunshine they are quaint. In drizzle they become arguments against helplessness. A little farther on, you overtake a man on foot carrying a bundle of nets over one shoulder and a string of fish at his belt. He glances at the gelding first, then at you, and seems to decide at once that any mounted man in such weather deserves at least one good piece of advice. Ford's thick with runoff. He says as you draw level, not impassable, just ugly, as opposed to the rest of the road, which is graceful and fragrant. He snorts. You'll do. High praise. He shifts the nets higher. They say the manor ditch nearly took a pig this morning. They say many things. They do. Still, if a pig won't trust a bank, I wouldn't. Sound guidance. You thank him and ride on, thinking, not for the first time, that the medieval world is stitched together by warnings traded between damp strangers. The farther you go, the more the labour settles into your body in those honest, unadorned ways that never make it into songs. Your hands ache from keeping the rein steady. Your lower back gives a slow, hot complaint with every longer stretch in the saddle. Your thighs feel rubbed and hollow at once. Even your face is tired. They're a kind of fatigue that reaches the expression before it reaches anything else, leaving you with a look of someone who's been politely disappointed by existence for several consecutive days. And yet you continue. That is the real weariness no song mentions, not collapse, not drama, but endurance after meaning has thinned. You have already delivered messages to the town, the manor, the keep, the grange. You have already waited on porches, listened at doors, repeated lines exactly, and watched other people's concerns become your mileage. Now you're simply returning a horse over wet roads beneath a sky that has lost all talent for encouragement. In one sense, the hardest work is done. In another, this is where the last illusions leave you. Because this is not heroic labour, it is maintenance, continuance. A messenger does not only rush when the letter is grand, you also ride back, you also bring the horse home. You also arrive tired at places where no one cheers, and you still dismount carefully because the animal comes first and the satchel second and your own knees somewhere after that. A flock of rooks lifts from a field to your right, blackening the air for a moment before settling again farther off. Their movement stirs a memory of the crows in the forest, the herb woman at the roadside stall, her solemn claim that they knew names. You smile faintly at the thought, though your mouth is too tired to do much with it. If the crows know your name now, you feel they have certainly earned it. The manor road turns off near the old willow, exactly where you expect it, and there the world seems to narrow again under familiar signs. The ditch beside the willow is fuller than before, thick and dark from the day's rain, its surface filmed with leaves and a sad sort of authority. You remember the alewife's warning, baptized against his will and keep the gelding wide of it. The horse, more sensible than many pilgrims and nearly all minor officials, requires no urging. As you come up the rise toward the manor palisade, the afternoon has already begun leaning toward evening. It is not late, not truly, but in wet weather light gives up early. Smoke rises from the bakehouse and from the hall chimney in broader, lower plumes. The yard beyond the gate sounds busy in that subdued late-day way of working places, wood being stacked, chickens complaining, a cart axle squealing somewhere within, a dog barking once and then being ignored. You call up to the gate, and this time your reception is swifter. Familiarity, at last, or at least the practical sort of it. One messenger and one horse returned less elegant than borrowed. You announce. The guard above peers down, recognizes either you or the gelding, and calls for the wicket to be opened. You're expected, he says. That is almost unnerving. Expectedness in such households usually means either efficiency or more work. Inside, the yard is damp and active. A stable hand comes almost at once for the gelding's reins and gives the horse's neck a brisk, approving pat. You've seen road, he says to the animal. Not you, so have I. You say. He glances at your boots, less gracefully. Again. Fair. You hand over the reins and resist the urge to lean your forehead briefly against the horse's shoulder in gratitude. Instead, you unbuckle the blanket roll from behind the saddle, the one the manor had sent out with you, and pass it back as well. The stable hand eyes the mud on it, shrugs, and carries on. In working places, mud is rarely a moral issue. You are met on the porch not by the steward but by the same key-ringed underling who had earlier looked as though sleep had insulted him personally. He takes in your emptying satchel, your cloak dark with weather, and the absence of fresh packet in your hands. Returned, he asks, horse, blanket, and surviving messenger, all accounted for, any damage only philosophical. He decides, at last, to let himself almost smile. Steward will want the Western Road report. Naturally. Even when no letter remains, the road itself must still be handed over in words. You're shown inside not to the great hall this time, but to a side chamber near the kitchens where a fire burns lower and paperwork breeds in piles. The steward stands by the hearth with one hand behind his back, a man who appears to have been born already suspicious of wasted time. A clerk sits at the table with quill ready. Of course, a clerk does. The keep received it, the steward asks. They did. Reply sent back to town this morning. Yes. Road Western Ridge passable last evening. Chamberlain warned of storms farther west this morning. Hollow road stony, but clear. The clerk scratches this down. North Road, muddy afternoon, reeved cart traffic heavy. Lower ford to be used if the water is over the bridge stones. At that the steward gives the smallest nod. Good. He pauses, then adds, and the Grange. Busy, wet, and arguing with grain in several directions at once. The clerk's pen stops just a fraction. The steward's mouth twitches. That sounds accurate enough. There it is, a crumb of human recognition, small as a mustard seed and nearly as sharp. You find, absurdly, that it matters. Some swear the true payment of hard service is coin. Others say it is food, or a dry place by the fire, or a lord's notice. But there is another sort of payment too, rarer and perhaps more nourishing, someone believing your tiredness corresponds to something real. The steward asks 2 more questions about the weather and the state of the town roads. You answer plainly, no embellishment, no dramatic colouring. A messenger's credibility rests not in sounding grand, but in sounding exact. Once he is satisfied, he gives a little nod toward the hearth. You'll eat before you go. You nearly say, go where from sheer instinctive alarm. But of course he only means go from this room, from this day's service, from the manor back toward whatever bed the night will grant you. The fact that your nerves still expect one more errand tells you everything. A kitchen woman brings you stew thick with beans and onion, bread, and a cup of ale stronger than the monasteries and kinder than the roads. You sit on the bench by the wall and eat while the clerk closes his little records of your existence into lines and words. Outside the rain resumes softly, ticking against shutters and dripping from the eaves in steady silver threads. You eat slowly, not because the food is luxurious, it is not, but because your body has at last lost all interest in pretending it can hurry graciously. The heat of the stew settles into you like forgiveness. Around you, the manor winds down toward evening. Somewhere in the yard a bucket is set down. Somewhere else a woman calls for more rushes. A dog shakes itself with such force that its collar rings. And in that quiet, something else begins to settle the true toll of the work. Hunger, yes. Damp wool, poor sleep, sore muscles, but also that inward thinning that comes from always being in between. You do not belong to the townhouse, or the grange, the keep or the guest house, the manor or the road. You belong just long enough to be used, fed, and sent along. A bowl here, a bench there, a blanket one night, another roof the next. Even the horse was borrowed. That is the weariness no grand tale mentions, the loneliness woven through usefulness. No one can quite agree whether messengers are fortunate to see so much of the world or cursed never to settle into any one piece of it. Even now, as the fire warms your boots and the rain steadies outside, it is hard to tell which answer weighs more heavily. When the bowl is empty, the kitchen woman refills your cup once and says, "Guest corner in the outer house if you want it. Straw, blanket, roof. Better than the lane. Better than the lane." Again, nearly a poem. You accept at once. The outer house proves plain but sufficient: a long room with pallets along the wall, a central hearth, and the unmistakable perfume of damp cloaks, old straw, smoke, and human fatigue. A carter already dozes there with one boot off and one still on, as if sleep overtook him mid-decision. Near the far wall, a servant girl is mending a sleeve by fading light. She glances up, nods once, then returns to the needle. No one asks questions. Places of exhaustion rarely do. You lower yourself onto the offered pallet with the care of a man lowering a saint's reliquary, and discover, to your deep gratitude, that lying down is still possible in this century. The satchel, nearly empty now, goes beneath your head. The borrowed blanket smells faintly of lanolin and smoke. Outside, rain continues in patient threads. Here, finally, with no fresh seal against your palm and no bell yet calling you onward, you feel the whole truth of the labour. Not speed, not secrecy, not adventure, endurance, wet endurance, hungry endurance, lonely endurance. A life spent carrying urgency that is never quite your own, through weather that is always thoroughly your own, and somehow, despite it, continuing. That is why being a medieval messenger is more exhausting than it sounds, because the sound of it is a sentence. The reality is a body. The fire lowers. Someone near the door snores once and settles. The girl's needle still catches the last of the light. Rain taps the roof. Your eyes begin to close even before you fully intend them to, and in that dim outer room, with the day finally loosening its teeth, you drift towards sleep, knowing there is only one road left to take now, the quiet one inward, toward the last fire and whatever rest the night can manage to give. Sleep in the manor's outer house comes heavily and all at once, the way it does when a body has been argued with for too many hours and finally wins by simple collapse. You do not so much fall asleep as vanish into it. One moment there is rain on the roof, a coal settling in the hearth, the faint scratch of the servant girl's needle as she finishes mending by low light. The next there is nothing, and for a few precious hours the world ceases to ask anything of you at all. When you wake, it is not to panic, not to shouting, not to a bell demanding motion before your thoughts can gather. It is to grey light filtering through the shutter cracks and the soft, ordinary sounds of a place rising around you. A bucket set down, quiet footsteps over worn boards, a low cough, the rustle of straw as the carter at the far side rolls over and remembers, with visible reluctance, that he is still alive and therefore required somewhere. For a few heartbeats you do not know where you are. That, too, is part of the work. So many roofs, so many hearths, so many walls in different states of smoke and damp, that waking becomes its own brief little puzzle. Stable, guest house, outer room, porch bench, side hall, keep chamber. The body remembers discomfort faster than the mind remembers names. Then it returns to you the manor, the returned horse, the rain, the stew, the long outer room with its modest mercy of roof and blanket. The satchel lies beneath your head, flattened now, nearly empty. When you reach for it, there is no sealed weight waiting inside, no packet wrapped against damp, no wax to check by touch, no folded strip of urgent instruction. It is a strange feeling. Not lightness, exactly, but silence. The satchel seems almost puzzled by its own lack of purpose. Outside, dawn is slow and colourless. The rain has stopped in the night, but everything beyond the shutters still looks soaked through. You can smell the morning before you see it wet earth. Stale smoke waking into fresh smoke, damp wool, cold straw, and somewhere from the kitchens the first faint promise of onion and oats. Beside the hearth, the servant girl's mended sleeve now lies folded over her bundle, neat as a little victory. The carter sits up, scratches his beard, and says to no one in particular, still raining inside my bones, "It is such an exact description that you almost smile. Mine too." He looks over, recognizes you from last night through the blur of sleep and shared discomfort, and nods as if this forms a sufficient fellowship. In places like this, it often does. You sit up slowly, feeling the whole journey rise to meet you in your muscles, the forest track, the porch bench, the climb to the keep, the broken cartwheel, the repeated mounting and dismounting. Each has left its little mark. Your shoulders are stiff, your thighs sore, your hands roughened from reins and damp leather. Even your neck seems to remember every glance up at every gatekeeper who asked you to state your business, as though the world had never before been arranged around people arriving tired with letters. And yet beneath the aches there is something else now, a loosening, a long inward exhale. The chain of duties has at last broken for a moment. Nothing waits in your satchel. No one is timing you to the next bell. For this morning, at least, you are simply a man in a borrowed corner of a manor house, waking under wool while the weather decides what sort of day it wishes to be. Some swear the end of a difficult journey feels triumphant, all relief and gladness. Others know better. More often it feels quiet, understated, a little unreal. Even now, it is hard to tell whether what you feel is rest, emptiness, or merely the sudden absence of being needed elsewhere. You rise, pull on your boots, and step outside. The yard is washed clean in patches and made worse in others. Rainwater gleams in ruts. The palisade darkens where moisture has soaked deep into the wood. A hen picks her way along a beam with solemn concentration. Beyond the gate, the fields are hidden under a low white veil of mist, and the old willow stands half dissolved in it, all its hanging branches blurred into one grey curtain. The stable hand who took the gelding yesterday is already at work rubbing down another horse. He glances up as you approach. You live, barely, but convincingly. He gives the horse a final pat, messenger's work, as I've recently been informed. He snorts and jerks his head toward the kitchen side. They've porridge on. Eat before the good intentions go. Again, a near poem, offered in the language of practical people. The kitchen this morning is gentler than yesterday's hurry. The great urgencies seem to have moved elsewhere. You're given a bowl of oats, thick and steaming, with a little milk stirred through and a heel of yesterday's bread warmed on the edge of the hearth. A kitchen woman with flour on one cheek sets it before you and says, "No letters today unless heaven grows cruel. I would rather not give it ideas." She laughs softly and goes back to kneading dough. You sit on a low stool near the wall and eat while the room wakes around you. A boy carries in split kindling. Too much at once. Nearly dropping half and receiving only the sort of look that says the mistake will be remembered at least until midday. Someone trims a beeswax candle stub to salvage the last of it. A pot of herbs hangs to dry above the warmer side of the hearth rosemary. Sage. Perhaps a little thyme. The room smells of flour, smoke, onion skins, damp aprons, and the good plain comfort of work beginning without ceremony. This, you realize, is one of the few moments in the whole journey when you're not waiting, hurrying, climbing, carrying, or reporting. You're only present, a man warming his hands around a bowl. No one can quite agree whether the rarest luxury in the medieval world is spice, silk, or silver. You begin to suspect it may simply be a morning when no one urgently needs you to go elsewhere. After breakfast, you step back out into the yard and linger near the gate, not because you are required to, but because you can. It is a new sensation and an oddly delicate one. Beyond the manor lands, the road lies where it always has, winding away between ditches and hedges, past shrines and muddy hollows, through birch stands and toward towns, abbeys, granges, hill keeps, toll chains, and all the other places where people decide that what they need most is for someone tired to carry words through bad weather. The dog from the stable yard in the town seems years ago now. The bell before dawn at the monastery feels both near and distant. The clerk's rosemary, the suspicious monk, the ghost mare, the grange reeve arguing with grain, the goose at the gate, the old pilgrim with his saint's finger bone, the herb woman and her crows who knew names, all of it drifts through your mind in a slow procession, no longer demanding action, only remembering itself. And that, perhaps, is the final truth of the messenger's life. It is more exhausting than it sounds because messenger sounds like a role, clean and singular. In reality it is 1,000 small frictions, wet boots, cold fingers, waiting on benches, listening carefully, repeating exactly, taking directions from people with warm rooms, reading weather from puddles, trusting horses, distrusting bridges, accepting broth, sleeping lightly, belonging everywhere for an hour and nowhere for long. You lean on the gatepost and look out into the mist. Beyond it, the world is already beginning again. Somewhere a monk is ringing the hour, somewhere carts are loading grain, somewhere a chamberlain is breaking a seal, a factor is scratching figures into a book, a reeve is testing the river at the lower ford, a pilgrim is tying another bit of cloth to a shrine, and another messenger, perhaps with drier boots, perhaps not, is setting out with a satchel that feels far too small to contain the trouble it will cause. As for you, you have reached the edge of your own errand at last. There is no cheering, no herald standing on a wall to announce that you have suffered nobly through mud for the benefit of administrative clarity, no minstrel waiting to turn axle grease and damp wool into glory. There is only this quiet yard, this wet morning, this borrowed stillness. And in some ways that feels truer and kinder than any grand ending would. You stand there a while longer, breathing mist and wood smoke, and let the road become just a road again rather than a command. Then, slowly, the day softens. The sounds around you seem to draw back a little. The clatter of buckets, the murmur from the kitchen, the creak of the gate hinge, the caw of rooks above the fields, they all settle into one low, patient hush. The mist loosens over the grass. Water gathers at the tips of bare willow branches and falls in single bright drops into the ditch below. A hen folds herself into stillness. Even the manor seems less a machine of errands and more a collection of roofs holding warmth against the cool. Wet world. You think of all the places you've passed, torchlit halls, monastery palates, roadside shrines, muddy lanes, smoky alehouses, the little chapel with its wax limbs and ribbons, the clerk's table with its sand and seals, the hollow road beneath the keep, the grange yard full of grain and damp shouting. They no longer press on you as tasks. They drift by like the last images before sleep, softened at the edges, made gentler by distance, so you let them go. You let the roads unwind behind you into quiet tracks under pale sky. You let the bells grow faint, each one receding over fields and hedges until they sound less like commands and more like echoes. You let the horses rest in their stalls, the geese tuck their heads beneath wings, the clerks set down their quills, the chamberlains close their ledgers, the reeves stop counting, the cooks bank their fires, the dogs curl by the hearth, and the little saints in their roadside niches keep watch over paths that no longer require you tonight. The world dims kindly. The smoke from the manor rises straight now, no longer troubled by wind. The mist draws a little closer to the earth, wrapping ditches and fields in soft white folds. The gatepost beneath your hand feels cool and rough and real. Your own breath slows. The satchel at your side hangs quiet and empty, no heavier than cloth and habit. The ache in your shoulders is still there, but gentler now, like something remembered rather than suffered. And in that dimming stillness, the medieval world that has carried you so far begins to fade into warmth and shadow. The roads become softer, the walls farther away, the voices indoors lower and lower until they are only the murmur of safe human life somewhere beyond a half-closed door. The straw in the outer room seems already prepared to take your shape again. The blanket will be rough, but warm enough. The fire will burn low and red. Outside, the rain may return or not. It no longer matters. Nothing urgent waits for you tonight. You have carried enough. So now the bells are distant, the torches dim, the mud settled, the letters delivered, and the old restless world can finally grow quiet around you. Rest, then. Let the roads go dark one by one. Let the watchfires become stars. Let the keep, the manor, the town, the abbey, the hollow lane, the birchwood, the market square, and the pilgrim road all slip gently into the same soft dark. Let the horses breathe in their sleep. Let the geese be silent for once. Let the saints keep their small, patient watch. Let the last warmth of the hearth reach your hands and fade there peacefully. You are indoors now. You are safe enough. The journey has gone still, and the night, at last, is kind. The fire is low now, only a red heart under ash, and the room around you is softened into gentle shapes that ask nothing more of the day. The rafters above are dark and quiet. The wool blanket holds its mild, homely warmth. Beyond the shutters, the wet world has settled into silence, as though the roads themselves have finally grown tired and laid their long muddy bodies down to rest. You no longer need to watch the weather, or count the bells, or keep one hand on a sealed packet in the dark. There is no gate to reach before sunset, no steward waiting with another instruction, no horse standing patient in the yard, ready to carry you onward through one more stretch of cold. All of that has fallen away, piece by piece, until only stillness remains. Somewhere far off, perhaps from the monastery, perhaps from some smaller chapel hidden among fields and hedges, a bell drifts once across the evening. It does not command now, it only fades, thin and tender, into the dark. You let it go. You let the day go with it, the wet boots, the torchlit walls, the forest hush, the rattling cartwheel, the smell of onion broth and damp hay and smoke. All those little discomforts that made the journey feel so long now soften at the edges, becoming only part of the story, no sharper than rain remembered from under a roof. The manor sleeps, the keep sleeps, the town beyond the fields grows dim, dogs curl beneath benches, horses lower their heads into straw. In roadside shrines, saints stand patient in their tiny houses, keeping watch over empty tracks and quiet ditches. Even the crows have tucked their black cleverness away beneath their wings, and you, at last, may do the same. So let your thoughts loosen like rains set down by the hearth. Let your breathing slow with the embers. Let the whole medieval world drift outward, farther and farther, until it is only a warm glow in the distance, a story folding itself shut for the night. There is nothing more to carry now, nothing more to remember, only rest, and the soft dark, and the small comfort of knowing you have come all the way through.